Chapter 16:22. However, the fourth prince, King Qian, had actually sent someone to invite Situ-Ming to King Qian's estate. If Situ-Ming went, it would not be good news for him if news of this spread out. The Situ clan supporting the second prince was the decision made by the old ancestor of Situ clan. If one dared to disobey the old ancestor's order, there was only one outcome waiting for them: to be expelled from the Situ clan. Please help me tell His Highness King Qian that I appreciate his kindness. Situ-Ming said to the middle-aged man from King Qian's estate. The fourth Imperial Highness King Qian has long expected second Master Ming to reject him, apart from inviting you over. He also asked me to tell you that Yifeng is waiting for you in King Qian's estate. The middle-aged man said, Yifeng. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Situ-Ming's eyes widened immediately. Even Situ-Jua, Situ-Zhong, and the Situ clan's elders' expressions changed slightly. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Yifeng. Yifeng was the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect. Today, they had just received news that the supreme elder of Dark Nether Sect had been killed, and the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect was nowhere to be found. The Dark Nether Sect only existed in name. Now that someone from King Qian's estate had come, he even said Yifeng was in King Qian's estate. Don't tell me the Dark Nether Sect has offended King Qian's estate? The moment Situ-Ming thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. He looked at the middle-aged man in panic. Sir, please tell His Highness King Qian that although I, Situ-Ming, have some ties with the Dark Nether Sect, I have nothing to do with what the Dark Nether Sect has done. At this moment, all Situ-Ming wanted to do was to clear his name. Second Master Ming, you can explain yourself if you want to. Forgive me for not being able to help you. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Moreover, the fourth Imperial Highness King Qian asked me to tell you that if you're unwilling to follow me to King Qian's estate, you'll have to bear the consequences. Bear the consequences. The moment the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, Situ-Ming and the others' expressions turned grave. Situ-Ming looked at Situ-Zhong. Go. Situ-Zhong nodded at Situ-Ming and said through voice transmission, At this point, you don't have a choice. King Qian isn't a merciful person. Situ-Ming secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew very well that he had no other choice. If he offended King Qian, he would be in deep trouble. Although the prince whom the Situ clan supported was not inferior to King Qian in any aspect, he might not necessarily fall out with King Qian just to protect him. My lord, I'll go with you. In the end, Situ-Ming gave in. Let's go. The middle-aged man said nonchalantly, although he was only at the imminent saint stage. Since he was working for King Qian, he was not afraid at all even if he was facing a saint stage powerhouse like Situ-Ming. A fox borrowing the tiger's might, a dog relying on its master's power, nothing more than this. Situ-Ming followed the middle-aged man and left the Situ clan's estate. They went straight to the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace and King Qian's estate. When Situ-Ming entered King Qian's estate, a figure hiding in the dark outside King Qian's estate turned around and left as well. He went to another spacious mansion in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace. It was the mansion of King Rong, the second Imperial Highness of the Windfall Nation's Imperial family. Situ-Ming from Situ clan went to Old Fourth's place. King Rong was an elegant, middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed like a scholar. When he heard the report from the informant he had planted near King Qian's estate, he could not help but frown. Are you sure you're not mistaken? A young man dressed in black behind King Rong asked indifferently as he looked at the informant. The young man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp. When he looked at the informant, it seemed as though there were two piercing rays in his eyes, causing the informant to feel shocked. He did not dare to look him in the eye. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. The informant took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage and replied, You make a trip to Situ clan and ask Situ how what's going on. Tell the Situ clan to give King Rong a satisfactory explanation within 3 days, the young man replied. The young man nodded. Yes. The informant left and made his way to the Situ clan. When the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao, learned about this, horror dawned on his face. Situ Ming openly went to King Qian's estate? What's he trying to do? Clan leader of Situ clan, I've already passed the message to you. Please give the Second Imperial Highness a satisfactory explanation within 3 days. The informant from King Rong's estate was extremely humble in King Rong's estate, but he was extremely domineering in the Situ clan. In King Rong's estate, he was merely a lackey. However, in the Situ clan, he was a messenger from King Rong's estate. After the informant from King Rong's estate left, Situ Hao's expression was still extremely grave. His brows were tightly knitted together. At this moment, Situ Ming finally met the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Qian in King Qian's estate. Situ Ming greets, Your Highness King Qian. Situ Ming bowed at King Qian. There's no need for formalities, second Master Ming. Please take a seat, King Qian said with a smile as he gestured for Situ Ming to sit. However, Situ Ming did not dare to sit. What? Are you not going to give me face, second Master Ming? The smile on King Qian's face faded slightly as he asked with a solemn expression. No, no. Situ Ming was shocked and immediately sat down. However, he felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Second Master Ming, I heard you're not happy in the Situ clan? King Qian asked with a smile as he looked at Situ Ming. You must be joking, Your Highness King Qian. As the second master of Situ clan, how could I not be happy in the Situ clan? Situ Ming forced a smile. Even if he was unhappy in the Situ clan, he would not say it out loud, let alone in front of King Qian. This was because, to a certain extent, the Situ clan and King Qian were on opposite sides. It seems like second Master Ming still has some reservations about me. King Qian shook his head before he raised his hands and clapped them. At this moment, a person walked into the main hall. It was someone Situ Ming was extremely familiar with. When Situ Ming saw the person, he instantly stood up. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked through voice transmission, Yi Feng, why are you here? Don't you know our Situ clan and King Qian's estate are on opposite sides? Second Master, naturally, I know the Situ clan and King Qian's estate are on opposite sides. Yi Feng did not reply through voice transmission. Situ Ming's expression turned grave immediately as he asked through voice transmission again, Yi Feng, what are you trying to do? Second Master, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want you to understand the current situation. The Situ clan no longer has room for you. What you need to do now is to leave the Situ clan with your men and seek refuge with the Fourth Imperial Highness. Chapter 16:23. Before Situ Ming came here, he had thought of many possibilities. He had even thought that King Qian's estate might have annihilated the Dark Nether sect and captured Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. However, it seemed like that was not the case now. He did not expect Yi Feng to betray him and even become King Qian's messenger to ask him to lead his men to betray Situ clan and join King Qian's side. Imperial Highness King Qian, if this is the only reason you asked me to come here, I'm afraid I can't stay here any longer. Situ Ming took a deep breath and glared at Yi Feng before he looked at King Qian and said bluntly, What a joke! He had been working hard all his life to become the leader of Situ clan. Although he had lost to Situ Hao, he did not give up. He wanted his son to replace Situ Hao's son and become the next clan leader of Situ clan. In the future, he would also become the retired emperor of Situ clan. If he betrayed Situ clan, he would become a traitor of Situ clan. It would be impossible for him to become the leader of Situ clan. If he chose to betray Situ clan, it would mean he would be overturning all his efforts in the past. Naturally, he was unwilling to make such a choice. After Situ Ming finished speaking, he turned around to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by two old men who appeared behind King Qian. Imperial Highness King Qian, what's the meaning of this? Situ Ming's expression turned grave. When he looked at King Qian again, his eyes were filled with rage. Second Master Ming, if you want to leave, you should listen to what Yi Feng has to say before leaving. If you still insist on keeping your memory in the Situ clan after Yi Feng has finished speaking, I won't stop you anymore. King Qian said. Upon hearing this, Situ Ming glanced at Yi Feng indifferently. If you have something to say, just say it. You want me to betray Situ clan? Do you think you're worthy? Second Master Ming, you shouldn't speak too soon. Yi Feng was not angered by Situ Ming's disdain. Instead, he said indifferently, Actually, the reason I asked you to join King Qian is to save your life. If you insist on being stubborn, there's nothing I can do about it. Save my life? What do you mean by that? Situ Ming's expression turned grave. Second Master Ming, do you know why I'm in King Qian's estate? Yi Feng asked. When Yi Feng saw that Situ Ming did not answer him and continued to stare at him, he continued to say, The reason I came to King Qian's estate is because I don't want to die. Do you know how difficult it was for me to escape from the Dark Nether sect? The force behind Duan Lingtian is terrifyingly powerful. Even the supreme elder of our Dark Nether sect died because of him. I chose to leave the Dark Nether sect because I was afraid of him. Yi Feng continued. When Yi Feng saw the disbelief on Situ Ming's face, he immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath. If the supreme elder of my Dark Nether sect didn't die because of Duan Lingtian, and if I didn't flee the Dark Nether sect out of fear of Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. As a drop of Yi Feng's blood rose into the air, 9 claps of thunder came from the horizon, bearing witness to Yi Feng's oath. After he swore on the lightning penalty oath, Yi Feng remained unscathed. He was not killed by the lightning penalty. This was enough to prove that he was not lying. The instant Yi Feng swore on the lightning penalty oath, Situ Ming could no longer maintain his composure. Horror dawned on him immediately. There's such a powerful force behind Duan Lingtian. Is it the Drift Blaze sect? It has nothing to do with the Drift Blaze sect. Yi Feng said, I don't know where that force comes from as well. However, its strength is definitely not inferior to the Situ clan. It's not the Drift Blaze sect. Situ Ming was not surprised when he heard that the force behind Duan Lingtian was not the Drift Blaze sect. However, this made him even more afraid. The unknown was the most terrifying. The force behind Duan Lingtian was so mysterious. Perhaps he would not be able to react in time if it turned against him. To be able to kill the Dark Nether sect's supreme elder and force Yi Feng to abandon the entire Dark Nether sect and flee. The force behind Duan Lingtian is definitely not something Elder Zhong and I can fight against. Various expressions appeared on Situ Ming's face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. How did Situ manage to find someone like Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me I'm destined to lose to him? My son is destined to lose to his son? No, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Situ Ming roared in his heart, roaring crazily. However, he knew it was useless no matter how unwilling he was. This was because the outcome had already been decided. Just as Yi Feng had said, if he continued to stay in the Situ clan, he might be killed at any time. Once the force behind Duan Lingtian joined forces with Situ House faction, his faction would not be able to fight back at all. Imperial Highness King Qian, Situ Ming is willing to serve you. Soon after, Situ Ming made up his mind and bowed at King Qian. At this moment, he no longer had a choice. Second Master Ming, if you want to serve Imperial Highness King Qian, you'll have to show some sincerity. Yi Feng smiled. What sincerity? Situ Ming's expression turned grave. In the past, would Yi Feng dare to be so presumptuous in front of him? Naturally, You'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Yi Feng continued to say. Situ Ming's expression turned grave. However, when he saw King Qian looking at him and waiting for him to make a decision, he could only swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve King Qian. If he betrayed King Qian, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. Imperial Highness King Qian, I suggest that my subordinates and I continue to hide in the Situ clan. Perhaps I'll be able to seize control of the Situ clan in the future and become the true master of the Situ clan. Situ Ming suggested. Even at this moment, he still did not forget about the Situ clan. He took the initiative to suggest to King Qian that he should continue to stay in the Situ clan. Naturally, he had his own reasons for suggesting this. He did not want to be branded as a traitor to the Situ clan. Once he betrayed the clan, it would mean he no longer had anything to do with the Situ clan. Moreover, his subordinates might not be willing to follow him. Perhaps these people would support him when he was in the Situ clan. However, if he chose to betray the clan, they might not continue to follow him. There's no need for that. However, King Qian rejected Situ Ming's suggestion. With Duan Lingtian around, it's impossible for you to defeat Situ Hao. Situ Ming was rendered speechless by King Qian's words. He really wanted to say, "Can't I have you as my backer?" However, he did not say it out loud in the end. He could tell King Qian wanted him to betray the Situ clan. He could more or less guess King Qian's intention. King Qian wanted to use him to betray the Situ clan to disgust his strongest opponent, the second prince, King Rong. I'll give you 1 day to bring your men and leave the Situ clan and come to my estate, King Qian said as he looked at the 2 old men blocking Situ Ming's path. As King Qian spoke, he looked at the 2 old men who were blocking Situ Ming's path. Both of you follow second Master Ming. If he's alone, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave even if he enters the Situ clan. After Situ Ming and the 2 old men left, only King Qian and Yi Feng were left in the main hall. You're very smart. You didn't expose the Devil Seal tablet. King Qian looked at Yi Feng with admiration. He was very satisfied with Yi Feng's wit earlier. The fewer people who know about the Devil Seal tablet, the better. Yi Feng smiled with his eyes narrowed. In the following day, the Situ clan was turned upside down. All of this was due to the departure of Situ Ming, the second master of Situ clan. To be more precise, he had betrayed the clan. Situ Ming, the second master of Situ clan, brought his son, the supreme elder of Situ clan, Situ Zhong, and a few other Situ clan's elders along with the 2 powerhouses from King Qian's estate as they left the Situ clan and headed to King Qian's estate. When this matter spread out, it stirred up a storm in the peaceful Situ clan. In the main hall of the Situ clan's estate, a few Situ clan's elders who were on Situ Ming's side in the past were kneeling on the ground in front of Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan. Clan leader, I was blind in the past. I didn't expect Situ Ming would betray the Situ clan. I am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I'll only be loyal to you and your descendants for the rest of my life. One of the Situ clan's elders took the lead and bowed. The moment his words left his mouth, he swore on the lightning penalty oath. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky. The remaining Situ clan's elders followed suit. If it was in the past, Situ Hao would have been very happy that so many elders who were on the opposite side of him had decided to side with him. However, his expression was extremely grave at this moment. Ever since he found out Situ Ming and Situ Zhong had betrayed the Situ clan, his expression had not changed at all. Elders, the fact that all of you didn't leave with Situ Ming is enough to prove your loyalty to the clan. I won't pursue the matter in the past. I hope all of you will serve the clan well in the future. Situ Hao said to the few Situ clan's elders before him. Thank you, clan leader. The few Situ clan's elders quickly expressed their gratitude. Situ Ming betrayed the Situ clan. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang. He was also shocked by this news. Where did he go after he betrayed the Situ clan? King Qian's estate, Situ Hang said with a grave expression. In the past, I thought Situ Ming was just vying with my father for the leadership of the clan. I didn't expect he would betray the clan. Now that he has left, our Situ clan has lost 2 Saint Stage powerhouses in one go. Does your Situ clan's old ancestor know about this? Duan Lingtian asked. My father must have gone to inform the old ancestor now. The old ancestor will definitely be furious when he finds out about this. However, Situ Ming has already brought his men and pledged allegiance to King Qian's estate. No matter how furious the old ancestor is, there's nothing he can do. When Situ Hang reached the end of his sentence, he felt helpless. Duan Lingtian had been in the capital of Windfall Nation for a long time. Naturally, he knew what King Qian's estate meant. Mr. Duan, someone passed a message to you at the entrance just now. He asked me to pass it to you. Chapter 16:24. As Duan Lingtian responded, a person walked in from outside. This person was none other than one of the guards on duty at the entrance of Situ clan. What did he say? Duan Lingtian asked. He said a person called Yi Feng asked you to visit King Qian's estate when you're free so that you can catch up. The Situ clan guard replied, Yi Feng. Upon hearing the guard's words, Situ Hang frowned. Don't tell me it's the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect? I remember the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect is called Yi Feng. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Yi Feng. He had finally appeared. Moreover, he was in King Qian's estate. That Yi Feng used to be the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect. He's on Situ Ming's side. The Situ clan supports the second prince, King Rong. As for the fourth prince, King Qian, he's King Rong's strongest opponent. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. That Yi Feng must have given something in order to stay in King Qian's estate. He must have given something, because he knows I have the Devil Seal tablet. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, killing intent rose in his eyes. If he could, he would kill Yi Feng and all the people who had learned of his possession of the demon sealing tombstone, because this news would bring him a fatal calamity. King Qian's estate, King Qian, that King Qian must have found out I have the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was not afraid of King Qian at all. However, as the prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Qian was guarded by many Saint Stage powerhouses. Most of those Saint Stage powerhouses were not devil cultivators. It would not be easy for him to kill King Qian. However, even if King Qian knows I have the Devil Seal tablet, he definitely won't spread the news. Humans are greedy. He must want to take the Devil Seal tablet for himself. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. To be honest, when Yi Feng escaped from him at the Dark Nether Sex estate, he had thought of leaving Windfall Nation to lie low for a while, because once the news of him possessing the Devil Seal tablet spread, he would be in great danger. However, before that, he had to make arrangements for Bai Li Hong and the others. However, now that he knew Yi Feng was in King Qian's estate, he was no longer in a hurry to leave. If it's just King Qian, I don't really have to leave Windfall Nation. When I break through to the Saint Stage, I won't be afraid of those Saint Stage powerhouses by King Qian's side. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this, not to mention his strong foundation. When he broke through to the Saint Realm, he would be able to transform the true Qi in his body into true Sun origin. According to Hua Lao, the benefits that Hua Lao had given him last time could only be fully realized after he had broken through to the Saint Realm. According to Hua Lao, with just the Sun origin alone, it would be easy for him to defeat an opponent who was one stage higher than him. Coupled with his strong body, powerful 10,000 swords territory, and the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang had given him, he believed there would not be many Saint Stage powerhouses in Windfall Nation who would be able to defeat him after he had broken through to the Saint Stage. At that time, he would not care about King Qian's estate at all. At that time, I'll be able to kill all of them. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he bade farewell to Situ Hang and hastily returned to his room. After returning to his room, he entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda and cultivated diligently to break through to the Saint Stage as soon as possible. Naturally, before he could break through to the Saint Stage, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base would have to reach the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment Stage and the imminent Saint Stage first. However, based on his current progress, Duan Lingtian was confident he would be able to break through to the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment Stage in half a month. Naturally, half a month was referring to the time outside. Yi Feng is actually in King Qian's estate. This means Situ Ming's betrayal must have something to do with Yi Feng as well. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, Yi Feng also thought of this. Whether it was Yi Feng or Duan Lingtian himself, they did not realize a great crisis was brewing rapidly. It was about to engulf Duan Lingtian at any time. The Devil Seal tablet was enough for many people to resort to all means. While the undercurrent was surging in the capital of Windfall Nation, in a faraway place at the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, a supreme order from the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader was quickly passed down. A painting, a young man, and a name. Lord Leader has ordered us to find the young man in the painting at all costs. This young man's name is Duan Lingtian. This was the order passed down from the messenger of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters to the lower branches. The lower branches of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters were located in the districts of some ordinary fourth-rate forces. Below them, there were also lower branches in the districts of fifth-rate forces. The Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, was one of the lower branches. This branch had also received the order from the upper branch. Along with the order was a very clear painting of a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. His name was Duan Lingtian. Passed down this order to all the branches. There were branches 1 level lower than the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion. These branches included the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation. A few months later, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation also received the order from the upper branch, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion. Apart from that, they also received a painting and the name of the young man in the painting. Duan Lingtian? This name sounds familiar. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation, a gray-clad old man with white hair, was standing in front of a pavilion on the mountainside of a steep mountain. He was looking at the painting in his hand as he muttered to himself, "Lord Leader, I've heard of this name before." While the gray-clothed old man was muttering to himself, a voice came from behind him. It was a middle-aged man standing outside the pavilion. He promptly responded to the gray-clothed old man. "Oh!" The gray-clad old man's eyes lit up. He immediately turned around and looked at his most capable subordinate. "Lord Leader, you must have heard of this name before. However, you didn't pay much attention to it when you heard of it." The middle-aged man said, "A few months ago, the young man who defeated Driftblaze Sec's Lady Feng is the interim advisor of the Situ clan in the capital. His full name is Duan Lingtian. Currently, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation." "Now that you mention it, I remember now." The gray-clad old man nodded. At the same time, he looked at the painting in his hand and said, "I wonder if he has the same name as the person in the painting. If they're the same person." Chapter 16:25. The gray-clad old man was the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation. He knew very well what the heavy painting in his hand meant. This painting was sent directly from the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Any branch that could find the person in the painting would be rewarded handsomely. If they could bring the person in the painting back to the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the leader of that branch would even have a chance to follow the supreme leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters for 10 years. The latter was enough to make anyone go crazy. The supreme leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters was the leader with the highest position in the Mountain Shade Black Market. At the same time, he was also a top powerhouse in the Debussy subterranean. To be able to follow such an expert for 10 years and listen to his instructions was undoubtedly a dream come true. For this reason, when the old man heard the name of the young man who had caused a commotion in Windfall Nation a few months ago was Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel excited. Jing Yuan, make a trip to the capital of Windfall Nation and meet the interim advisor of Situ Clan in the Situ Clan. See if he's the person in the painting. Hong Zhen, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation, raised his hand and passed the painting in his hand to the middle-aged man. Make a copy of this before you depart. Yes, Lord Leader. Jing Yuan nodded solemnly before he took the painting and left. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw the painting in Hong Zhen's hand, he would be shocked to discover that the person in the painting was him. Moreover, the painting was extremely lifelike. In King Qian's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation, King Qian, if Duan Lingtian still refuses to come out in 10 days, I'll have no choice but to return to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. I can only suppress my cultivation base for another month at most. In the main hall of King Qian's estate, a white-clad young man glanced at King Qian, the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Based on his words, it seemed as though he did not treat the other party as a prince at all. A hint of anger flashed in the depth of King Qian's eyes, but he did not flare up. Instead, he forced a smile as he replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Within 10 days, I guarantee that Duan Lingtian will have to come out even if he doesn't want to. You're the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, and it's his blessing that you came all the way from the distant Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to challenge him. He really doesn't know what's good for him by running away like this. There's no need for you to flatter me. I'm only here for the reward you promised me. If he doesn't show up within 10 days, I'll leave. As for the deposit, I will not return it." The white-clothed young man said indifferently. He didn't seem to be considerate at all. Of course. Although the white-clad young man was not understanding, King Qian did not dare to vent his anger. Not only was this white-clad young man ranked first on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district, but he was also a disciple from a powerful sixth-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. That clan was so powerful that it was not inferior to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Moreover, the white-clad young man was a lineal disciple of that clan. 2 months ago, he had invited the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan to Windfall Nation to kill Duan Lingtian and seize the Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. To be more precise, he wanted to seize the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands. Naturally, he did not tell this white-clad young man, Lin Dong, about the Devil Seal tablet. He only wanted the items in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring that were of great significance to him. The deal between him and Lin Dong was that Lin Dong would seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and hand it to him after he killed Duan Lingtian. He would also pay another reward for it. In order to invite Lin Dong, he had gritted his teeth and paid a huge price. However, when he thought about how he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet, he felt that everything was worth it. Humph! Farewell! The white-clad young man, Lin Dong, snorted coldly before he turned around and left. He was arrogant. It was obvious he did not take King Qian seriously at all. King Qian's expression turned grave as he looked at Lin Dong's departing figure. "Fourth Imperial Highness, Lin Dong is too arrogant. You're the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. You're going to inherit the Windfall Nation's imperial family's throne in the future, and yet he dares to treat you like this." Yi Feng, who had been standing at the side and had not spoken a word since the beginning, spoke. Humph. Other people might be afraid of me because I'm the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. But Lindong doesn't have to be afraid. The Lin clan he's from isn't any weaker than our Windfall Nation. King Qian snorted, causing Yi Feng to feel awkward. Yi Feng, what's your plan? It's already been 2 months, but there's still no news from the Situ clan. Soon after, King Qian stared at Yi Feng coldly. Fourth Imperial Highness, I've really tried my best during these 2 months. Right now, there's a rumor going around that the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, is afraid of Lindong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the southern ridge Yuan Mansion. However, there's nothing I can do if he doesn't show himself. Yi Feng smiled wryly. Since there's nothing you can do, you don't have to worry about this anymore, King Qian said indifferently. Yi Feng immediately felt relieved. Hearing this, Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had long wanted to give up on this task. It was obvious the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, did not dare to accept the challenge. Otherwise, he would have shown himself a long time ago. The people in the capital of Windfall Nation realized the topic on the streets had changed in just a few days. As it turned out, in the past 2 months, the hottest topic on the streets was that Lindong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the southern ridge Yuan Mansion, had come to Windfall Nation to challenge the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian refused to accept the challenge. Naturally, the news from the Situ clan was that Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation. However, most people did not believe this. Most of them thought Duan Lingtian was afraid of Lindong and did not dare to accept the challenge. Although the topic these few days was still about Duan Lingtian and Lindong, more people began to mention that Lindong was an honored guest of King Qian's estate. King Qian's estate. If this name did not have anything to do with the Situ clan, it would not be a big deal. However, now that it had something to do with the Situ clan, many people's imaginations began to run wild. After all, everyone knew that the Situ clan was close to King Rong's estate. In the face of a challenge from an honored guest of King Qian's estate, the interim advisor of Situ clan under King Rong's estate actually refused to accept the challenge. To a certain extent, did this mean that King Rong's estate was inferior to King Qian's estate? Soon after, similar discussions began to spread like wildfire under the influence of people with ulterior motives. King Rong's estate could no longer sit still and began to exert pressure on the Situ clan. In the Situ clan, Situ, who had just sent the people from King Rong's estate away, had a frown on his face. In the end, he still went to the courtyard where his son, Situ Hang, was staying. Hang, is Master Duan still not showing any signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation? Situ, asked Situ Hang. What's wrong? Father, are you still bothered by the rumors that are spreading? Actually, you don't have to worry about it. Master Duan doesn't care about those rumors. Situ Hang smiled. The situation is different now. Situ smiled wryly. Then he told Situ Hang about the people from King Rong's estate. Apart from that, he also told Situ Hang about the rumors that had been spreading in the nation recently. Everyone was saying that King Rong's estate was inferior to King Qian's estate. Up until now, Duan Lingtian did not have any direct contact with King Rong's estate. However, since he was the interim advisor of Situ clan, and Situ clan was a force that relied on King Rong's estate, he was more or less related to King Rong's estate. Therefore, he was labeled as a member of King Rong's estate. As for Lindong, as an honored guest of King Qian's estate, he was also labeled as a member of King Qian's estate. What's the person from King Qian's estate trying to do? Situ Hang's expression was extremely grave. I keep having a feeling that something's not right. Initially, I thought Lindong wanted to compete with Master Duan because he heard about Master Duan's reputation. However, it seems like things aren't that simple. I'm afraid King Qian's estate must have something to do with this. Situ Hao hit the nail on the head. Father, do you mean King Qian's estate might have sent Lin Dong to attack King Rong's estate? Situ Hang's eyes narrowed. That's very likely. Situ Hao nodded. Unfortunately, Master Duan hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation yet. It seems like more than 3 months have passed since Master Duan went into closed-door cultivation, right? Yes, it has been more than 3 months. Situ Hang nodded. King Rong's estate can no longer sit still. King Rong's men have given me 2 options under his orders. Situ Hao sighed. What options? Situ Hang frowned. King Rong, if Master Duan is really in closed-door cultivation, you must think of a way to get him to come out of closed-door cultivation. Ask him if he's confident in fighting Lin Dong. If he's not confident, withdraw. Situ Hao said, How do we withdraw? Situ Hang's frown deepened. Ask Master Duan to publicly announce that he's leaving the Situ clan and has nothing to do with us from now on. Situ Hao sighed. How can we do that? Situ Hang's expression changed drastically. Master Duan is my savior. How can we let him do that? Father, I don't agree to that. No, there's a second option. Father, what's the second option that King Rong gave you? Situ Hang seemed to have grasped at straws. The second option is based on the fact that Master Duan isn't in closed-door cultivation. The second option is to withdraw. Situ Hao heaved a long sigh. What's your decision, clan leader Situ? At this moment, the sound of a door opening rang in the air. A purple figure walked out of one of the rooms in the courtyard and bathed in the sunlight. The purple figure was a purple-clad young man. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Master Duan. Situ Hang's eyes lit up when he saw the purple-clad young man. He immediately went up to him. Master Duan. Situ Hao smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew Master Duan had heard everything he said. He felt slightly awkward. Chapter 16:26. Naturally, the 3 months here referred to the 3 months in the outside world. A total of 15 months had passed in the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In other words, it was 1 year and 3 months. Clan leader Situ immediately asked someone to announce to the public that from today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, am no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan. Duan Lingtian said to Situ Hao, Master Duan, you don't have to do this. Situ Hang's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a decision. Master Duan, perhaps, as the clan leader of Situ clan, I hope that you'll leave the Situ clan. However, as a father, I can't ask you to leave the Situ clan, no matter what. After all, you saved my son's life. Situ Hao said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Situ Hang was his only son. Master Duan, you don't have to make a decision in such a hurry. Let's think of another way. Perhaps there's a better way that doesn't require you to leave the Situ clan. When Situ Hao reached the end of his sentence, he also spoke to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Situ Zhua's words, Duan Lingtian, who was originally calm, smiled. Master Duan, you! Situ Hao and his son were confused when they saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. They did not know why Duan Lingtian was smiling. Clan leader Situ, it's already rare for you to say something like this. Duan Lingtian said, As for my decision, it won't change. Naturally, my decision has nothing to do with you and young Master Hang. I don't plan to stay in Windfall Nation for long anyway. It's only a matter of time before I leave. Naturally, although I've left the Situ clan and am no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan, I'll still be staying in the Situ clan for a period of time in the future. After some time, I'll officially leave the Situ clan and Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian continued to speak. Now that he had settled down Feng Wu Dao and the others in Windfall Nation, there was nothing that he was worried about. What he had to do was to find the power behind Xuanai as soon as possible and look for his fiancée Li Fei. It had been quite some time since he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and he had also obtained quite a lot of useful information. Initially, he had determined that the force behind Han Xuanai was the Greenwave Han Mansion. His next step was to head to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Situ Hao and Situ Hang fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They knew that Duan Lingtian would leave one day, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Master Duan, even if you want to leave, there's no need for you to leave the Situ clan. Situ Hang insisted. Young Master Hang, I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on his words, it was as though he had already seen through the mundane world. However, before I announce that I'm leaving the Situ clan and am no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan, I hope that clan leader Situ can help me make another announcement. I, Duan Lingtian, will personally accept the challenge from the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the southern ridge, Yuan Mansion. As for the date, it's up to him to decide. Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Hao and said something that stunned Situ Hao and Situ Hang. Master Duan was actually going to accept the challenge from the powerhouse from the southern ridge, Yuan Mansion? They could not help but be stunned. Previously, when they heard Duan Lingtian had decided to leave the Situ clan, they naturally thought Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge from the powerhouse. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Master Duan, why you're confident? Situ Hao asked in a daze. Why would I accept the challenge if I'm not confident? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Even before he went into closed-door cultivation, he was not afraid of the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, let alone the current him. Master Duan, since you're confident, there's no need for you to leave the Situ clan, Situ Hao said. Master Duan, Situ family head, please help me spread the news first. Duan Lingtian changed the topic. It was obvious he did not want to change his mind. When Situ Hao saw Duan Lingtian had made up his mind, he sighed inwardly. However, he did not insist on it, since he could tell it would be useless even if he insisted. It was obvious Master Duan was not the kind of person who would change his mind. In the capital of Windfall Nation, the topic that had been buzzing in recent days had just changed when another piece of shocking news came. It caused the entire capital of Windfall Nation to be in an uproar. News came from the Situ clan. The interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, had announced his departure from the Situ clan. From today onward, he was no longer a member of the Situ clan. Master Duan actually announced his departure from the Situ clan? It seems like he's really not in closed-door cultivation. Humph. Is he afraid of the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the southern ridge, Yuan Mansion? Isn't it obvious? If he's not afraid, why would he make such a decision? In fact, recently, many people have been saying King Rong's estate is not as good as King Qian's estate because of him. Since Duan Lingtian has left the Situ clan, he won't have anything to do with King Rong's estate anymore. At that time, nobody will say King Rong's estate is not as good as King Qian's estate anymore. It seems like Duan Lingtian is really afraid of the powerhouse from the southern ridge, Yuan Mansion, in the past 2 months. That's why he's holed up like a turtle. Tui, to think I took him as my idol and thought he's really in closed-door cultivation. You're too naive. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. All of this was because Duan Lingtian had announced his departure from the Situ clan. Almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge from the powerhouse from the southern ridge, Yuan Mansion. Even the people in King Qian's estate were no exception. He actually announced his departure from the Situ clan. King Qian was stunned when he heard the news. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man who was sweating profusely. Situ Ming, is this your plan? The middle-aged man was none other than Situ Ming, the former second master of Situ clan. A few days ago, King Qian had told Yi Feng to stay out of this matter. Then he went to look for Situming and asked him if he had any way to force Duan Lingtian to make a move. Situming also swore that he would definitely force Duan Lingtian to make a move. In fact, he was the one who secretly pushed for the change in the capital of Windfall Nation. There was only one reason he did this, and that was to put pressure on King Rong's estate. King Rong's estate would, naturally, put pressure on the Situ clan. In his opinion, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to not make a move at that time. However, it did not cross his mind that after waiting for a few days he would receive news that Duan Lingtian was leaving the Situ clan. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his impression, Duan Lingtian was an arrogant young man. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to avoid the challenge. However, it seemed like he was wrong. Yi Feng stood on the other side as he looked at Situming with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He had already guessed Situming's intention when the discussion in the capital of Windfall Nation changed. For a moment, he was extremely displeased. He was displeased because he thought Situming's plan would work. However, now that it had been proven that Situming's plan was useless, he was secretly pleased. Who asked you to fight for credit? Now, you know you can't simply come up with a plan, right? Situming, do you have nothing else to say? King Qian's expression turned even more grave when he saw Situming standing there in a daze without any response. Imperial Highness King Qian, I didn't expect this as well. Situming took a deep breath and smiled wryly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that resonated from outside. Fourth Imperial Highness, good news! Good news! A middle-aged man barged in without permission. Don't you know the rules? King Qian's expression that was already grave turned even gloomier. Please forgive me, Fourth Imperial Highness. However, this news is really urgent. Fourth Imperial Highness, the Situ clan has released another piece of news. They said that Duan Lingtian will accept Master Lin's challenge after he announced his departure from the Situ clan. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, What? Upon hearing this, King Qian was stunned. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared as his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. He accepted the challenge. As for Situming, who was originally still dripping with cold sweat, after hearing the words of the middle-aged man who barged in, his eyes lit up and his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. This news really came at the right time. At this moment, both King Qian and Situming were overjoyed. If there was anyone present who was unhappy, it would be Yi Feng. Damn it! Duan Lingtian actually accepted the challenge. What the hell was he doing earlier? Yi Feng's expression was extremely grave. However, nobody was paying attention to his expression at this moment. Quick, go and get Master Lin. King Qian said to the middle-aged man anxiously. Yes. The middle-aged man responded and left. At the same time, this news had also spread in the capital of Windfall Nation. For a moment, this even more shocking news completely suppressed the previous heavy news. After Master Duan announced his departure from the Situ clan, he's going to accept the challenge from the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion? Many people's eyes lit up with anticipation. I told you my idol won't back out before the battle. Why do I remember you were still spitting on Master Duan this morning? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Tui, don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't say that. I'm sure you said that. Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Similar discussions were happening everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian's reputation that had plummeted suddenly rose from hell to heaven. He was praised everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. At the same time, the Situ clan was being criticized instead. Humph. It must be the Situ clan who forced Master Duan to leave. I'd like to see the expression on the Situ clan's people's faces if Master Duan wins this battle. Situ clan? Tui. Ungrateful be *stards. Have they forgotten how Master Duan pulled their great young master back from the gates of hell? Chapter 16, 27. The entire Windfall Nation's capital was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian's challenge to Lin Dong. The topics that were originally scattered were now gathered together. The moment news of this battle spread, it was destined to be the center of attention. Although Lin Dong was not from Windfall Nation, the people in Windfall Nation had long heard of his name. They knew he was the strongest person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Not only that, but he was also a direct descendant of a powerful sixth-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Lin Dong was also known as the strongest person below the Saint Stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. This honor made Lin Dong publicly acknowledged as the strongest person on the Saint Rudiment Stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had only become famous in Windfall Nation a few months ago, his strength was also publicly acknowledged by the people in Windfall Nation. This was because he had defeated Driftblaze Sec's Lady Feng. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Lady Feng was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. When she was defeated by Duan Lingtian, the people in Windfall Nation had already concluded that Lady Feng possessed the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. However, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat her. In the opinion of the people in Windfall Nation, if Duan Lingtian had the intention to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, it would not be a problem at all, especially when they heard Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking, had come to Windfall Nation to challenge Duan Lingtian. They realized Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. Who was Lin Dong? He was the strongest person on the heaven ranking. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, but he was only ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. The strongest person on the heaven ranking was challenging the person who was ranked 23rd. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the history of Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. I wonder when the battle between Master Duan and the powerhouse from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion will be held. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope they'll hold this battle in public. If that's the case, I'll be able to watch the battle. That's right. If they hold the battle in the palace, we won't be able to enter. Very soon, many people in the capital of Windfall Nation began to worry about the location of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong. After all, it directly affected whether they would be able to watch the battle or not. In the main hall of King Qian's estate, Mr. Lin, that Duan Lingtian is very arrogant. He said that you can decide the time and place. Do you want the location to be in the palace or outside? There won't be many spectators in the Imperial Palace, but if we set it outside, I'm afraid that not only the people in the capital, but also the people around the capital will come to watch the show. King Qian asked as he looked at Lin Dong. Of course it's outside. Lin Dong snorted coldly. If he dares to accept the challenge, I will make him lose face in front of everyone. Mr. Lin, our agreement is to kill him. King Qian said with a frown. Don't worry, after I humiliate him and embarrass him, I'll naturally kill him and take his spatial ring for you. Lin Dong said indifferently. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, King Qian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time he asked, Mr. Lin, when is the time? Let's set it for tomorrow. After this matter is settled, I still have to return to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Lin Dong said. King Qian nodded. All right. Then he looked at Sita Ming, who was standing below him, and said with a smile, Second Master Ming, I'll leave the location of the battle to you. Give me an answer in the afternoon. Yes, Imperial Highness King Qian. Situ Ming quickly replied with a smile on his face. As it turned out, although he had joined King Qian did not put him in an important position. It made him feel as though he was a talent who was unrecognized. However, this time, due to the method he came up with to get the Duan Lingtian to accept Lin Dong's challenge, King Qian began to think highly of him. This made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. He felt that this was a good start. As for Yi Feng, who was standing at the side, his expression was extremely grave. However, when Yi Feng saw King Qian looking at him, his expression changed immediately. It was replaced by a humble expression. Yi Feng, spread the news that Mr. Lin has decided to have a battle with the Duan Lingtian tomorrow. As for the location, you can spread the news after second Master Ming has made the arrangements in the afternoon. However, when you spread the news, you can announce that the battle tomorrow will be held outside the capital. At that time, everyone can go and watch the battle. King Qian said to Yi Feng, "Yes, Fourth Imperial Highness." Although Yi Feng was displeased, King Qian had made him do it. This was an errand that could be done by anyone. However, King Qian had made Sitaming do it. At this moment, Yi Feng realized his position in King Qian's heart was no longer as important as Sitaming. I can't let this continue. I must think of a way to change King Qian's impression of me. Damn it! If King Qian didn't force me to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I wouldn't spread the news about the Devil Seal tablet, I wouldn't have to stay here and suffer. At this moment, Yi Feng regretted telling King Qian about the Devil Seal tablet. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought this news to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. It's easy for the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to annihilate the Duan Lingtian. There's no need for them to go through so much trouble. Moreover, King Qian had promised to let me kill the Duan Lingtian with my own hands. However, he went back on his word because of the Devil Seal tablet. Yi Feng was the most displeased about this. Duan Lingtian had used the Devil Seal tablet to kill his Dark Nether Sect Supreme Elder and forced him to flee. The Dark Nether Sect only existed in name now. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. If he could not kill the Duan Lingtian with his own hands, he would not be able to avenge the Duan Lingtian. However, based on the current situation, he had lost the right to speak. Due to this reason, he regretted bringing the news about the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian's estate. However, since things had already developed to this point, Yi Feng knew it was useless for him to regret. There was no medicine for regret in this world. As Yi Feng obediently spread the news, the entire capital of Windfall Nation was in an uproar again. Outside the capital, tomorrow, everyone can watch the battle. Ha! Great! Great! Previously, I was worried the battle would be held in the Imperial Palace. Now it seems like I was overthinking. The battle between Master Duan and the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking will definitely be exciting. Unfortunately, the location will have to be guessed in the afternoon. Otherwise, I'll go and get a seat now. While the entire capital of Windfall Nation was in an uproar, another piece of shocking news spread out from King Qian's estate. I'll add one more thing. The battle between Master Lindong and the Duan Lingtian is a death duel. It won't end until one of them dies. The moment this news spread out, the entire capital of Windfall Nation fell silent. Death duel? Everyone was stunned by these 3 words. It did not cross their minds that the powerhouse from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion would have a death duel with the Duan Lingtian. Chapter 16:28. A death duel meant they would fight to the death. Heavens! What kind of enmity does Lindong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, have with Master Duan? He didn't say it was a death duel when he challenged Master Duan previously. If Master Duan isn't confident, he'll most likely go back on his word, right? How ruthless! He actually wants a death duel. When the people in the capital of Windfall Nation regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. Many people began to worry if Duan Lingtian would participate in tomorrow's battle after finding out it was a death battle. A death duel to determine life and death. This was not a joke. A person only had one life. Once it was over, it would mean the end of the person's life. If there was no deep enmity between them, they would not have a death duel. Soon after, the discussions in the capital of Windfall Nation began to change again. Death duel. I wonder if Master Duan will participate in the death duel with Lin Dong tomorrow after finding out it's a death duel. If I were Master Duan, I'd definitely not participate. Since the other party dares to issue a death duel, it's obvious he's full of confidence and doesn't come with good intentions. If he agrees, won't he be jumping into the pit that the other party has dug? Although Master Duan is quite strong, I'm afraid he's still slightly weaker than Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong is the strongest person on the heaven ranking. He's also known as the strongest person below the Saint Stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. In the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, I'm afraid nobody below the Saint Stage is a match for him. More and more people felt that after Duan Lingtian found out about the life and death battle, he would shrink back or even flee at the last minute. Death duel? Situ Hao was the first to receive the news in the Situ clan. What enmity does Lin Dong have with Master Duan? He actually wants to have a death duel with Master Duan. It's obvious he wants to kill Master Duan. Situ Hao's expression was grave. Initially, he already felt guilty about Duan Lingtian leaving the Situ clan voluntarily. However, when he heard Lin Dong was going to have a death duel with Duan Lingtian, his first reaction was to worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. After all, a life and death battle was no joke. Situ Hao's eyes flickered as he went to the courtyard where his son, Situ Hang, lived. Although Duan Lingtian had announced his departure from the Situ clan and was no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan, he did not plan to leave the Situ clan's estate before he left Windfall Nation. Master Duan, you know Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion? Situ Hao had come to look for Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian, he went straight to the point. No, I don't. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I only heard about him after I came to Windfall Nation. I know he's the strongest person on the heaven ranking, and he's a lineal disciple of the Lin clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. He's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the Saint Stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Situ clan head, why do you ask? Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. This doesn't make sense. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the puzzled expression on his son's face, Situ Hao was puzzled. Father, what's going on? Situ Hang asked. There's news from King Qian's estate that Lin Dong will have a battle with Master Duan. It's a death duel, Situ Hao said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Death duel. Horror dawned on Situ Hang's face. Lin Dong wants to kill Master Duan. A death duel would not stop until one of them was dead. The battle would not stop until one of them was dead. Death duel? Upon hearing Situ Hao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This news had also exceeded his expectations. Since Master Duan doesn't know Lin Dong, there's only one possibility. It's someone from King Qian's estate who wants to kill you. Perhaps it's King Qian himself who wants to kill you. As the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao's mind worked quickly. He quickly realized this. However, why would King Qian want to kill you? Regarding this, Situ Hao was unable to understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. Situ Hang was also puzzled. Only Duan Lingtian remained calm. It was as though he was not puzzled by this matter at all. He did not need to guess to know King Qian's motive. He must have come for the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. He didn't hesitate to go to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to ask the strongest person on the heaven ranking to deal with me for the Devil Seal tablet in my possession. I know. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside. The person who walked into the courtyard was none other than Situ Hao, the supreme elder of Situ clan. Grandfather Hao, do you know why King Qian wants to kill Master Duan? Situ Hang's eyes lit up immediately. Situ Hao and Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Situ Hao in unison. Situ Hao had a curious expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, frowned. He was secretly shocked. Don't tell me the news about the Devil's Seal tablet being in my possession has already spread out? Even the supreme elder of the Situ clan knows about it? However, as soon as Situ Ho spoke, he quickly realized he was overthinking. However, he did not expect there to be such a coincidence in this world. According to Situ Ho, the reason King Qian wanted to kill him was because he wanted to repay a servant who had saved his life many years ago. That servant had left King Qian's estate many years ago and formed a bandit gang at the southern border of Windfall Nation. As the great leader, he led a carefree life. However, half a year ago, his third brother was killed by a mysterious powerhouse. He brought the portrait of the mysterious powerhouse with him and traveled thousands of miles to the capital of Windfall Nation just to fulfill the promise King Qian made to him back then. He was willing to do something within his power for King Qian. He wanted King Qian to kill the mysterious powerhouse in the portrait. The mysterious powerhouse was none other than Duan Lingtian. It's him. As Situ Ho spoke, Duan Lingtian recalled the incident when he first arrived in Windfall Nation. At that time, the third chief of the bandit gang wanted to kill him after extorting a village. In the end, he was killed by him instead. At that time, he did not destroy the corpse. This was because he felt a bandit gang that was comparable to an eighth-rate force would not be able to threaten him even if all of them came out. I can't believe the great leader of a bandit gang that's comparable to an eighth-rate force is actually related to King Qian, the fourth prince of Windfall Nation's imperial family. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. Looks like I really can't underestimate anyone next time. Oh, I see. Situ Hao and Situ Heng finally understood after listening to Situ Ho's words. Chapter 16, 29. In fact, Duan Lingtian's thought process was just like a normal person's thought process. Please search for the most complete. Damn. After all, a bandit group that was comparable to an eighth-rate force should not be a threat to him. Even if there were 100 of such bandit groups, there might not even be one that could threaten Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian just had to encounter a bandit group that was related to King Qian. He was rendered speechless by this. Although he was speechless, he did not regret it. After all, the reason King Qian was targeting him was not because of that matter. It was mostly because of the Devil's Seal tablet in his possession. You want my Devil's Seal tablet? You'll have to have the ability, and the people you recruited to have the ability to do so. A hint of disdain flashed in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, Situ Hao, and his son did not notice the hint of disdain in his eyes. Master Duan, it seems like King Qian intends to kill you. Why don't you leave the capital and Windfall Nation now? Situ Heng asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was his savior. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian seemed confident in his battle with Lin Dong, he still did not believe Duan Lingtian was a match for Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong was the strongest person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. The heaven ranking had also gone through countless years of history in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. It could be said that it was very valuable. That's right, Master Duan. Situ Hao also advised. It's obvious that King Qian's group has ill intentions. It's best if you don't accept the battle at this time. I've heard that Lin Dong is only a step away from the Saint Stage 6 months ago. Although he might not be at the Saint Stage yet, he's definitely not far away from it. Master Duan, please leave. Situ Hao persuaded as well. There's no need to persuade the three of you. Duan Lingtian was touched by their persuasion, but he shook his head and rejected them. Since they want a battle to the death, then so be it. If I retreat from this battle, it will only leave an irreparable wound on my path of martial arts, and it will have a profound impact on my future path of martial arts. Therefore, I will not avoid this battle. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. If he wants to fight to the death, then so be it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body emitted a strong battle intent. His fighting spirit soared invincible. Situ Hao, his son, and Situ Ho exchanged glances when they saw this. They could not help but smile bitterly, although they didn't want to see Duan Lingtian throw his life away. Duan Lingtian's resolute attitude made them feel that they couldn't change Duan Lingtian's decision. At this time, they could only hope that Duan Lingtian would be safe in tomorrow's battle. Time continued to pass by. In the afternoon, news came from King Qian's estate again. They confirmed the location and time of the death duel between Lin Dong and Duan Lingtian. Tomorrow noon, Northern Mang Mountain in the north of the capital. Northern Mang Mountain. Soon after, everyone in the capital of Windfall Nation received the news. Countless martial cultivators began to rush out of the capital and made their way to Northern Mang Mountain. Quick, quick, let's get a good spot. We can't miss the battle tomorrow noon. I've decided I'll stay at Northern Mang Mountain tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to get in tomorrow noon. The crowd made their way to Northern Mang Mountain. It was destined that many people would spend the night at Northern Mang Mountain. In King Qian's estate. Found him. Yimu Bai, the former servant of King Qian and the current leader of the bandit group at the border of Windfall Nation, had his eyes lit up when he learned that King Qian had found the mysterious powerhouse who killed his third brother. Duan Lingtian, the former interim advisor of Situ clan, who's going to have a death duel with Mr. Lindong. When he found out who the mysterious expert was, his pupils could not help but shrink. Naturally, he was not completely clueless when he was in King Qian's estate. Duan Lingtian was a young powerhouse who rose to fame in Windfall Nation a few months ago. He had become famous after he defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and replaced her on the heaven ranking. Recently, he had also heard that Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, had come from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to challenge Duan Lingtian. He planned to join in the fun tomorrow. It did not cross his mind that he would receive news at this moment that the mysterious powerhouse who killed his third brother at the southern border of Windfall Nation was none other than Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, I came to look for the Fourth Imperial Highness. If I was alone, I definitely wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. The moment Yimu Bai thought of this, he felt a little relieved. Although Duan Lingtian had announced his departure from Situ clan and was no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian's strength alone was enough to completely suppress him. He was not a match for him at all. Initially, I was wondering why Mr. Lindong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, would come from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to Windfall Nation to challenge Duan Lingtian, who's ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. Now, it seems like the Fourth Imperial Highness must have invited him. Duan Lingtian is the interim advisor of Situ clan, and he had even saved the great young master of Situ clan. It won't be easy for the Fourth Imperial Highness to make a move on him. Yimu Bai thought for a moment before he added. Therefore, under such circumstances, the Fourth Imperial Highness must have invited Mr. Lindong here to kill Duan Lingtian. He had also heard about the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Lindong tomorrow. I can't believe the Fourth Imperial Highness still cares so much about me even though I've left for so many years. In order to repay me for saving his life, he actually traveled thousands of miles to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to invite a powerhouse like Mr. Lindong here. I'm afraid he must have paid a hefty price to invite a powerhouse like Mr. Lindong here. Yimu Bai was extremely touched. Naturally, this was also because Yimu Bai did not know the truth. If he knew the truth, he would not think this way. King Qian had paid a hefty price to invite Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking, for the sake of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. As for Yimu Bai, King Qian really did not take it to heart. However, since everything was so coincidental, and Duan Lingtian happened to be the person Yimu Bai wanted to kill, King Qian decided to take advantage of the situation and return the favor. Although King Qian could not be bothered to return a favor from someone like Yimu Bai, he still asked someone to inform Yimu Bai to go to Northern Mang Mountain tomorrow to see how Duan Lingtian was killed by Lindong. Third brother, the person who wants to kill you will be killed tomorrow. I'm useless and can't personally avenge you. However, it's the same with the fourth Imperial Highness avenging you. As Yi Mu muttered to himself, his brows were filled with excitement. In the main hall of King Rong's estate, who's that Duan Lingtian? Initially, when he announced he was leaving the Situ clan and would no longer be the interim advisor, I thought he was afraid of the pressure from the Situ clan. However, since he accepted Lin Dong's challenge, it means he's not trying to avoid Lin Dong's challenge. King Rong, who was dressed like a middle-aged scholar, had a frown on his face. Although he had never met the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, he had heard of him. However, at this moment, he realized he could not figure out Duan Lingtian at all. Second Imperial Highness, now that King Qian's estate said Lin Dong has issued a challenge to a death duel, we don't know if Duan Lingtian will show up tomorrow. Perhaps he might still be able to accept the challenge if he doesn't know it's a death duel. However, since it's a death duel tomorrow, he might not show up. An old man standing behind King Rong chimed in. You have a point. No matter how high his innate talent is and how strong he is, he's still much weaker than Lin Dong. I really don't understand why fourth brother would spend so much effort to invite Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, just for a Duan Lingtian. Is there a need for him to do that? King Rong shook his head. He felt King Qian had overestimated Duan Lingtian. Second Imperial Highness, apart from his innate talent and strength, Duan Lingtian is also related to the Drift Blaze sect. It's said that Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect has her heart set on him. Perhaps King Qian is afraid of Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect, so he can't make a move openly. The old man said, Moreover, before this, Duan Lingtian was still a member of the Situ clan. Moreover, the Situ clan relies on our King Rong's estate. King Qian has to be cautious. You have a point. King Rong nodded. Although fourth brother isn't very smart, he has many capable people by his side. Humph. I can't believe he's able to pull Situ Ming from the Situ clan into King Qian's estate. What a slap to my face. When King Rong reached the end of his sentence, his expression darkened. Second Imperial Highness, I'm sure King Qian will be there for the battle at Beimang Mountain tomorrow. Will you be there? The old man asked as he looked at King Rong. Of course. King Rong nodded. It doesn't matter if Duan Lingtian dares to show up or not. I'll still go and join in the fun. During this period of time, fourth brother has been riding on my head a lot. If I'm not there tomorrow, his subordinates might spread the news that I'm afraid of him, and that's why I didn't go to Beimang Mountain to watch the battle. I really hope that Duan Lingtian will show up at Beimang Mountain tomorrow. Up until now, I haven't seen this young genius who's already famous in Windfall Nation. The old man said, I hope he'll show up as well. However, if he shows up, he'll most likely die in Lin Dong's hands. Fortunately, he's already left the Situ clan. Otherwise, if he's killed, the reputation of King Rong's estate will be damaged as well. King Rong said, in the Situ clan, when Bai Li Hong and the others found out that Duan Lingtian was going to have a death duel with Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, they could no longer sit still. They immediately came to persuade Duan Lingtian. They had been in Windfall Nation for quite some time. Naturally, they knew what the heaven ranking was and what it meant to be the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. The strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the Saint Stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Chapter 1630. Junior brother, since you've already announced that you're leaving the Situ clan, there's no need for you to participate in the battle tomorrow. In Bai Li Hong's opinion, Duan Lingtian was no longer an outsider. Due to this reason, he did not beat around the bush, as he said. As the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, Lin Dong's strength is widely acknowledged by the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Moreover, It's obvious he came prepared since he dared to challenge you despite knowing your strength. You're the one who's at a disadvantage if you have a death duel with him. Bai Li Hong said solemnly. That's right, Duan Ling Tian. Although your reputation is important, it's nothing compared to your life. Moreover, you can always wait until you've broken through to the saint stage before you look for Lin Dong and defeat him to avenge yourself. Even if people say you're afraid of Lin Dong now, as long as you defeat him in the future, everyone will naturally think you're stronger than him. Chen Xiao Shuai chimed in. Young master, although I don't know how strong Lin Dong is compared to you, I think you shouldn't go tomorrow. Xiong Quan chimed in. Soon after, Sima Chongfeng, Gold Thug, and Nangong joined in. Their words were similar to what Bai Li Hong and the other two had said. All of them were trying to persuade Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have accepted Lin Dong's challenge. I've never been afraid of anyone below the saint stage. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in the face of their advice. His face was filled with confidence. When Duan Lingtian saw the worried expression on their faces, he immediately said, All of you have watched me all the way until today. Don't tell me you think I'm the kind of person who would seek death? If I'm that kind of person, do you think I'll still be alive and standing here? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Bai Li Hong and the others fell silent. When they thought about it carefully, it seemed like Duan Lingtian had never overestimated himself and sent himself to his death. Perhaps many times there were also those who did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian always took everyone by surprise and shocked them. When they thought of this and felt the strong confidence emanating from Duan Lingtian, they all felt relieved. Then we'll see how you defeat Lin Dong tomorrow. Nangong Yi smiled. That's right. We want to see how the number one person on the heaven ranking will be defeated by you. Chen Xiaoshuai added. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, their mentality had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. They were now filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. Although he didn't say anything, the confident smile on his face was enough to explain everything. Bai Li Hong and the others did not disturb Duan Lingtian any further. After bidding farewell, they left and returned to their respective residences. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian also returned to his room. However, he did not enter the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. How do I enter the second realm of the Sovereign Heart Sword? Duan Lingtian muttered in a low voice, and a sense of bewilderment was mixed between his brows. Although he had already mastered the content of the Sovereign Heart Sword and had already entered the first realm of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he felt that there was still a long way to go before he could enter the second realm. He knew roughly what the second realm was, but it was extremely difficult to enter it. After staying on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda for more than a year, he had been troubled many times. In the end, he concluded that he needed an entry point to enter the second realm of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As long as he could find an entry point, he could enter the second realm of the Sovereign Heart Sword at any time. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about it for a long time, he still could not come up with an answer. Night had already fallen, and it quickly passed by. It was only when dawn arrived the next morning that Duan Lingtian stretched his body and returned to his senses. He smiled wryly and said, "There's still no way. It seems like I'll need an opportunity to enter the second realm. I really hope that opportunity will come soon. If that's the case, my ability will be raised to another level." When Duan Lingtian thought about the progress he had made in the past 3 months, he was very satisfied. The strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking? Even before I went into closed-door cultivation, I wasn't afraid of you, let alone now. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. You don't have to return to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion anymore. When Duan Lingtian thought about the death duel at noon today, His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. That Lin Dong seems to be a lineal disciple from a sixth-rate clan in the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion. I'm really curious how King Qian will face the wrath of that sixth-rate clan after Lin Dong dies in Windfall Nation. Although the sixth-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion is not as powerful as the Windfall Nation's imperial family, it's not that far off. Duan Lingtian did not know when a sneer appeared on his face. Since King Qian wanted to kill him, he would let King Qian have a taste of his own medicine. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and happened to see Situ Hang having his meal in the courtyard. "Master Duan, why are you up so early? Didn't you cultivate?" When Situ Hang saw Duan Lingtian, he was a little surprised. In his opinion, Master Duan should have stayed in his room and cultivated until the death duel today. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance and Duan Lingtian's indifference made him realize he was wrong. Faced with Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, Master Duan was extremely calm. He was so calm that he thought Master Duan was confident he could defeat or even kill Lin Dong, the powerhouse from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. However, when he thought about it again, he dismissed this thought. Lin Dong was the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. He was not an ordinary person. Since he dared to have a death duel with Duan Lingtian, he must be confident. Otherwise, he would seek death for no reason. When Situ Hang saw Duan Lingtian sitting down, he immediately ordered the servant girl to prepare another set of breakfast. When Situ Hang saw Duan Lingtian eating his breakfast with a calm expression on his face, he could not help but smile wryly. "Master Duan, you're going to have a death duel with Lin Dong at noon today. Aren't you worried at all?" "Worried about what?" Duan Lingtian asked rhetorically. Duan Lingtian's words caused Situ Hang to be at a loss for words. Duan Lingtian's confidence caused him to be utterly unable to reply. To be honest, he also hoped Master Duan would be able to survive the death duel and become the final victor. However, when he thought about Lin Dong, his hopes seemed to have turned into wishful thinking. In his opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian was so confident was because he did not realize how terrifying Lin Dong was. "Forget it. At most, I'll ask Grandfather Ho to make a move when Master Duan is in danger. As long as Master Duan is fine, I'll take all the blame." Situ Hang muttered to himself. He had an idea. It was a crazy idea. As long as Lin Dong killed Duan Lingtian at noon today, he would ask Situ Ho to make a move and save Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he would be scolded if he did that. He had already thought about it. At that time, he would say that he was the one who asked Situ Ho to make a move and that this matter had nothing to do with the Situ clan. However, Situ Hang seemed to have forgotten that if he could ask Situ Ho to make a move, how could the Saint Stage powerhouses on King Qian's side not be prepared? As the saying went, too much concern makes one confused. It was apparent that Situ Hang was like that now. Time continued to pass by quietly. Soon noon arrived. In the Situ clan, a group of people led by Situ Ho left the Situ clan's estate in a mighty manner. They left the capital through the north gate and headed north. After leaving the capital, the group of people rose up into the air and flew away. Bai Li Hong and the others were among the group of people from the Situ clan. Currently, Bai Li Hong was the interim advisor of the Situ clan. As a 3-star saint inscription master, he was also acknowledged by everyone in the Situ clan. Due to this reason, even if Duan Lingtian was not in the Situ clan, Sima Changfeng and the others would still be able to live comfortably with Bai Li Hong around. In fact, even without Bai Li Hong's identity as a 3-star saint inscription master, they would still be able to live comfortably in the Situ clan. This was because Feng Wu Dao was the father of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. It was impossible for the Situ clan to not take this into consideration. "Where's Duan Lingtian?" Qin Shao Shuai looked left and right, but he did not see Duan Lingtian at all. "I haven't seen him since I woke up this morning." I wonder where he went. Nangong, he also looked left and right before shaking his head. Master Duan left after having breakfast with me this morning. According to him, he's no longer the interim advisor of our Situ clan, so it's better for him to go to northern Mang Mountain alone. At this moment, Situ Hang came closer and smiled wryly. In that case, he must have arrived at northern Mang Mountain by now. Chen Xiaoshuai and Nangong finally understood. Northern Mang Mountain was located 10,000 miles north of the Windfall Nation's capital. To an ordinary person, 10,000 miles was an astronomical figure. However, to the people from the Situ clan, even Chen Xiaoshuai and those with the weakest cultivation base, 10,000 miles was not a long distance at all. Although they had to take care of Chen Xiaoshuai and the others, they still managed to arrive at northern Mang Mountain very quickly. So many people. However, when they arrived at northern Mang Mountain, they were shocked when they saw the black mass of people in the sky above the mountain. The black mass of people in the sky above northern Mang Mountain looked like black clouds that were squeezed together from afar. It was as though northern Mang Mountain was covered by the black clouds. Since yesterday, the people in the capital have been rushing to northern Mang Mountain to look for a good spot to watch the battle. Situ Hang said, apart from the people in the capital, even those who live near the capital rushed to northern Mang Mountain as soon as they received the news. However, now that the sky above northern Mang Mountain is filled with people, how are Master Duan and Lin Dong going to fight? Don't tell me they didn't think about this. Situ Hang shook his head as he looked at the black mass of people in the sky above northern Mang Mountain. Chapter 1631. The sky above northern Mang Mountain was densely packed with people. With so many people gathered together, it was only natural that it was noisy. It was as though the entire sky was filled with the buzzing sound of birds flapping their wings. The enthusiasm of the people in the capital, and even the people around the capital, towards this battle was evident. Its Imperial Highness King Rong. Suddenly, someone called out. Immediately, the noisy scene quieted down. Many gazes followed the gaze of the person who had shouted and landed in the distance. In the distance, a group of people was making their way over. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man standing on the back of a giant golden bird. He had a feather fan and a silk scarf on his head. He looked like a middle-aged scholar. However, many of the people present recognized that person. This person was none other than the second prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Rong. In the eyes of the people of Windfall Nation, King Rong was the most promising person to become the next emperor of Windfall Nation. Naturally, it was not certain if he would be able to stand on that position in the end. This was because he had another strong competitor. Although he was inferior to him in all aspects, he was still on par with him. That person was none other than the fourth prince, King Qian. Behind King Rong were three expressionless old men. Among the three old men, one was dressed in a black robe, one was dressed in a white robe, and one was dressed in a gray robe. They followed closely behind King Rong, as though they were one with the heavenly emperor. Many people present on the scene felt pressured. At this moment, everyone was certain the three old men behind King Rong were Saint Stage powerhouses. Behind the three old men, there were 7 other people following behind them. The 7 of them were dressed in silver armor and looked majestic. They were King Rong's 7 personal guards. Although these 7 personal guards looked young and middle-aged, all of them were powerful, eminent Saint Stage powerhouses. Although they were not on the Heaven Rankings powerhouses, they were not far from it. So many people. King Rong was surprised by the commotion at the scene. He did not expect the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong would attract so many people. In fact, this was because the location and time of today's battle was only announced yesterday. The news had not spread very far. Otherwise, there would be more people here. Your Highness King Rong. Now that King Rong had appeared, the leaders of the forces that were on King Rong's side, including the Situ clan, also brought their men and took the initiative to greet King Rong. He is King Rong, the person who made the Situ clan expel Duan Lingtian? In the distance, Bai Li Hong and the rest did not follow Situ Hao and the rest to meet King Rong. Chen Xiao Shuai looked at King Rong and said with a gloomy expression, "Humph! He actually dares to look down on Duan Lingtian. He will soon know that he is a snob." Nangong cursed in a low voice. "Situ Hao, you did well." Facing the group of people who came over to greet him, King Rong only nodded his head. Only Situ Hao was singled out and praised. "Your Highness King Rong is too kind." Situ Hao naturally knew what King Rong was referring to. Although he felt bitter in his heart, he still managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. To be honest, he really hoped that Master Duan would not appear. Situ Hang, who was following behind Situ, had a grave expression on his face. He was displeased with King Rong, but he did not dare to show it. He was afraid it would implicate his entire clan. "King Qian is here as well." A low exclamation resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention again. In the distance, the people from King Qian's estate had also appeared. The group of people led by King Qian arrived in a majestic manner. King Qian took the lead while two old men followed closely behind him. Behind the two old men were two middle-aged men and another old man. Compared to King Rong, King Qian's extravagance was much smaller. In comparison, it was easier for people to have a good impression of him. After all, the few silver-armored guards standing behind King Rong had a stiff expression on their faces. They gave off a solemn feeling. Most people would not like them. "Second brother, aren't we just here to watch a death duel? It's not like you're going to fight. It's fine if you brought the three old men. But why did you bring your guards along as well? Isn't this a little too much?" The moment King Qian appeared, he looked at King Rong with a smile. Hints of mockery could be heard in his voice. Upon hearing his words, many people in the surroundings looked at King Rong with a strange expression. They felt King Rong was making a mountain out of a molehill. No matter what, the worst thing was to compete. Compared to King Qian, King Rong's extravagance was indeed a little too much. The moment King Qian's words left his mouth, a hint of coldness flashed in King Rong's eyes. However, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Fourth brother, didn't you also bring a few handy men with you other than the two old men? Both of us brothers are of the same mind after all." Handymen. The moment King Rong's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the two middle-aged men behind King Qian and the two old men behind him. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to them. No matter what, they were Saint Stage powerhouses. Only the other old man smiled wryly. He did not seem to feel humiliated. He was indeed a handyman in King Qian's estate many years ago. Among the two middle-aged men, one of them was familiar to most of the people present on the scene. "Isn't that Situ Ming, the second master of Situ clan?" Soon after, many people recognized Situ Ming. Humph! This Situ Ming actually betrayed the clan that nurtured him. What an ungrateful wretch! He's destined to be a disgrace to the Situ clan for someone like him to appear. Many righteous people had already begun to scold Situ Ming. These words, naturally, enraged Situ Ming, who did not dare to speak up in front of King Rong. His gaze turned cold as he looked at those who mocked him. However, when he realized there were so many people who mocked him, he did not know how to react. Could it be that he could kill all of them? Putting aside the fact that he might not be able to kill all of them, even if he could, King Qian would not allow him to do so. After all, he was now a member of King Qian's estate. Every action of his represented King Qian's estate. If he killed people in public, it would definitely affect King Qian's estate's reputation. Currently, King Qian valued his reputation the most. He was going to fight for the throne. Naturally, he would not allow others to tarnish his estate's reputation. That person next to Situ Ming seems a little familiar. Soon after, someone stared at the middle-aged man next to Situ Ming. I remember now. He's Yi Feng. Soon after, someone exclaimed in a low voice, Yi Feng? Who's Yi Feng? Chapter 1632. Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect. Not long ago, I heard that the Dark Nether Sect has been annihilated. It only exists in name now. The Supreme Elder is dead, and the sect leader is missing. I didn't expect him to be in King Qian's estate. Many people were shocked. What a loser! Some people who had suffered at the hands of the Dark Nether Sect in the past cursed softly. It was obvious Yi Feng's reputation was not good as well. Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng's expression turned extremely grave. On the other hand, the old man standing next to them had a hint of excitement in his eyes. He was here today to see how his third brother's enemy would die. This was the only thing he cared about. He did not care about anything else. As long as his third brother's enemy was dead, he would be able to return to his lair at the southern border of Windfall Nation and continue to be a local tyrant. King Qian did not expect King Rong to resolve his verbal attack so easily. He knew he was not as eloquent as King Rong, so he tactfully kept quiet. However, even if he did not say anything, it did not mean King Rong would let him go just like that. Fourth brother, I heard that one of the main characters today is a guest of your King Qian's estate. Why isn't he here yet? Don't tell me he missed the appointment? King Rong asked with a smile. Second brother, don't tell me you don't know who the guest of my King Qian's estate is? Do you think he'll miss the appointment? Don't tell me you think he doesn't have the guts to fight with Duan Lingtan? King Qian was delighted when he heard King Rong's words. He did not expect King Rong would jump into his own trap. He was stunned for a moment before he responded. When King Rong heard this, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He was merely mocking King Qian. However, when King Qian said this, it seemed as though he had completely twisted his words. It made people think he was mocking the direct descendant of the Lin clan from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Humph. King Rong, right? Based on your words, it seems like you think I'm not as good as Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Soon after, a white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a white-clad young man. A hint of arrogance could be seen between his brows as he stared at King Rong with a pair of sharp eyes. It seemed as though he did not show any respect to King Rong, even though he was the second prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. How dare you? Just as King Rong's expression darkened, the three old men behind him shouted in unison. The auras of three Saint Stage powerhouses swept out and enveloped the young man in white. In the face of the three Saint Realm experts' auras, the young man in white did not pay any attention to them. He was not affected at all. The three old men instantly frowned. They realized that the white-clothed young man's current cultivation wasn't something they could suppress with their auras. Of course, this didn't mean that the white-clothed young man was a Saint Realm expert. They were absolutely sure that the white-clothed young man wasn't a Saint Realm expert. However, even if he wasn't a Saint Realm expert now, he might be able to break through to the Saint Realm tomorrow. The reason for that was because they could sense the aura of a breakthrough from the white-clothed young man. They were experienced people, so it was easy for them to discover this. He's the #1 expert on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, Lin Dong. This Lin Dong is really arrogant. He actually dares to be so impudent in front of His Highness King Rong. Humph. He's arrogant because he has the ability to do so. As far as I know, Lin Dong's clan is a 6th-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. It's not even comparable to the Windfall Nation's imperial family behind His Highness King Rong. As a direct descendant of that clan, why would he need to be afraid of His Highness King Rong? With Lin Dong's cultivation base and reputation, he must be an important figure in the clan behind him. King Rong might not dare to touch him. Many people in the surroundings whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered King Rong's ears clearly. Killing intent flashed in the depth of King Rong's eyes as he looked at Lin Dong. He really wanted to kill Lin Dong as soon as possible. However, he knew it was just as the people in the surroundings had said. He really did not dare to touch Lin Dong. At the very least, he did not dare to do so in public. King Rong inadvertently glanced at King Qian and noticed King Qian was looking at him and Lin Dong as though he was watching a good show. His expression turned grave immediately. "Fourth brother, I didn't say that Mr. Lin Dong doesn't have the guts to fight with Duan Lingtian. Don't talk nonsense." Naturally, King Rong would not admit defeat in front of Lin Dong in front of so many people. He turned to look at King Qian and said nonchalantly, giving himself a way out. However, King Qian was unwilling to give him a way out. He blocked King Rong's way and said, "Second brother, what do you mean by what you said earlier? What do you mean by the guest in my estate standing me up?" "Humph." King Rong snorted coldly and no longer looked at King Qian. As a direct descendant of the Lin clan and the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, Lin Dong was, naturally, not a fool. He knew King Qian was using him. Seeing that King Rong had given him a way out, he did not continue to pursue the matter. Whoosh! Without warning, Lin Dong's body moved. In just a blink of an eye, he had already left the crowd and appeared far away. His gaze landed on the crowd as he asked coldly, "Is Duan Lingtian here?" However, no one responded to his question. Instead, it was his voice that entered into northern Mang Mountain and reverberated in the air. "Has Duan Lingtian arrived? Is Duan Lingtian here?" At the same time, the people present on the scene lifted their heads to look at the sky. They saw the scorching sun in the sky. It was already noon. They looked left and right, trying to find Duan Lingtian. "Don't tell me that Mr. Duan really doesn't dare to come? It's just as I expected. Forget it. I'm only here today to try my luck. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to come. After all, this is a death duel. It's not strange that he's afraid of the strongest person on the heaven ranking. What a pity. I've come for nothing today." Many people sighed. However, not many of them mocked Duan Lingtian. After all, in their eyes, Lin Dong was the strongest person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. His reputation was not something Duan Lingtian could compare to. If they were Duan Lingtian, they would not accept Lin Dong's death duel so easily. Since Lin Dong dared to issue a death duel, it was obvious he was confident in his own strength. Would he not be an idiot if he dared to provoke Duan Lingtian? Why hasn't Duan Lingtian appeared yet? Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come? Behind King Qian, the old man standing next to Sitaming, and Yi Feng had a grave expression on his face. If Duan Lingtian did not come, it meant he would not be able to avenge his third brother. Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come? At this moment, even King Qian could not help but frown. If Duan Lingtian did not come, it meant he would lose a chance to obtain the Devil Seal tablet. It was not that he did not want to send the powerhouses under his command to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the Devil Seal tablet. However, he realized Duan Lingtian was still in the Situ clan after he announced his departure. His men did not have a chance to make a move at all. I hope Duan Lingtian won't appear. Unlike King Qian, the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao hoped Duan Lingtian would not come. Only Situ Hang stood at the side with a bitter expression on his face. This was because he knew Master Duan would definitely come since he said he would come. He had unconditional trust in Mr. Duan on this point. Although most of the people present on the scene were certain Duan Lingtian would not come, they were not in a hurry to leave. After all, it was only a little past noon. Who knew if there would be a miracle after a while? If they left and Duan Lingtian came, would they not miss the opportunity? The strongest person on the heaven ranking, Lin Dong from the Lin clan, right? All of a sudden, a calm voice resonated from afar. The voice was heard before the person arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Situ Hao smiled wryly. Master Duan. He came in the end. Situ Hang, who was standing at the side, was not surprised at all. He knew Duan Lingtian would definitely come back. The eyes of Bai Li Hong and the others lit up immediately. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words yesterday, they were filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. They were anticipating Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Lin Dong and make a name for himself. Isn't this Master Duan, the interim advisor of Situ clan? Many people looked at each other at once. He should be. Many people immediately shifted their attention to the direction where the voice came from. Soon after, a figure appeared there. As the figure got closer, one could vaguely see it was a purple-clad young man. The young man was handsome. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Coupled with his extraordinary aura, he attracted the attention of many female martial and Dao cultivators as soon as he appeared. These people stared at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes, as though they wanted Duan Lingtian for themselves. "It's Master Duan!" Soon after, someone exclaimed when he recognized Duan Lingtian. This person was one of the Situ clan's guards. Although he was not qualified to come with the clan leader, he came on his own since he was not on duty today. "He's Master Duan." After receiving confirmation, more and more people looked at Duan Lingtian. "He's so young." "Of course. I heard Master Duan is not even 40 years old yet." "He's not even 40 years old, but he has the ability to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. I don't think there's such a person in the history of Windfall Nation, right?" "No, there's such a person in the history of Windfall Nation. Don't tell me you've forgotten about Lady Feng from Drift Blaze Sect?" Although Lady Feng was defeated by Master Duan, her strength was acknowledged by many Saint Stage powerhouses. Those Saint Stage powerhouses all said Lady Feng indeed has the ability to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. The group of people discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with burning desire as they looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lin Dong, the strongest person in the heaven ranking, was ignored by them. In fact, it was understandable. Chapter 1633. Naturally, although Duan Lingtian was more attractive to the people present on the scene compared to Lin Dong, it did not mean they were more optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was more attractive to them because Duan Lingtian was from Windfall Nation, and they were from Windfall Nation as well. If Duan Lingtian had gone to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to fight Lin Dong, and the spectators were all from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the scene would be different. "Humph, so you're Duan Lingtian? You're quite arrogant to take so long to arrive. I hope you won't disappoint me today." Although Lin Dong knew this, as the strongest person on the heaven ranking and the prodigy of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, it was impossible for him to be overshadowed by someone else, even if the other party was a local tyrant. Due to this reason, he did not show any courtesy when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Of course, I won't disappoint you." Duan Lingtian replied to Lin Dong calmly with a faint smile on his face. From the beginning until the end, his expression was calm, as though even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, his expression would not change at all. "Duan Lingtian." At this moment, the group of people from King Qian's estate, led by King Qian, also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. King Qian had only seen Duan Lingtian's portrait before. This was his first time seeing Duan Lingtian in person. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that this handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing was indeed a dragon among men. When the two old men behind King Qian looked at Duan Lingtian, their eyes were burning with desire. They knew Duan Lingtian possessed the Devil Seal tablet. In King Qian's estate, apart from Yi Feng and King Qian, only the two of them knew that Duan Lingtian possessed the Devil Seal tablet. "Duan, Ling, Tian." Yi Feng's expression was extremely grave when he saw the purple-clad young man whom he had met before. The last time they met, the supreme elder of his dark nether sect was killed, and he was lucky enough to escape with his life. When he recalled the scene of the Devil's Seal tombstone unleashing its might in his opponent's hands, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the Devil's Seal tombstone hadn't looked for the Grand Elder in the first place, he would have been the one to die. Beside Yi Feng, Situ Ming stared at Duan Lingtian, and his face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. As far as he was concerned, the reason why he had come this far was all because of Duan Lingtian. From the beginning, Duan Lingtian had ruined his plans. Later on, Duan Lingtian even destroyed his biggest ally, the Dark Nether sect, and forced Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, to submit to King Qian. He was forced into a corner and could only bear the infamy and betray his clan to submit to King Qian. Duan Lingtian, I want to see you die with my own eyes. It's a pity that you didn't die by my hands. Situ Ming's eyes were cold as he thought to himself. Beside Yi Feng and Situ Ming, the old man Yi Mu Bai, who was the great leader of a group of bandits at the southern border of Windfall Nation, stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as well. He's the one who killed Third Brother? The former interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian? If it was only one of Yi Mu Bai, Yi Feng, and Situ Ming, Duan Lingtian might not have noticed it. However, it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to not notice the three hateful gazes coming from the same direction. Among the three of them, Situ Ming and Yi Feng could be considered as his old acquaintances. However, it was his first time seeing Yi Mu Bai. I don't think I've seen him before. Why does he look as though he wants to eat me? A hint of confusion could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he looked at Yi Mu Bai. However, a thought soon flashed in his mind as though he had thought of something. That's right. He must be the great leader of that group of bandits, the eldest brother of the third leader of the group of bandits that I killed. He's also King Qian's servant, Yi Mu Bai. When Duan Lingtian recalled the news that Situ Ho brought back that day, he finally understood everything. If that was the case, he was not surprised that Yi Mu Bai looked at him with such hatred. Yi Feng. Among the three of them, Situ Ming and Yi Mu Bai could not even cause a ripple in Duan Lingtian's heart. However, Yi Feng made him want to kill him. This was because Yi Feng knew he had the Devil's Seal tablet in his possession. Moreover, based on the burning and greedy gaze that King Qian and the two old men behind King Qian were looking at him, it was very likely that they knew he had the Devil's Seal tablet in his possession. Therefore, he was even more certain that Lin Dong was the person King Qian hired to kill him and snatch the Devil's Seal tablet from him. Naturally, based on the current situation, it seemed like Lin Dong did not know he had the Devil's Seal tablet in his possession. It seems like King Qian did not tell Lin Dong the truth. However, it's normal when you think about it. Even Lin Dong and the Lin clan behind him would be tempted by the Devil's Seal tablet. King Qian wouldn't go as far as to invite a wolf into his house. When the people from King Qian's estate were looking at Duan Lingtian, the people from King Rong's estate were also looking at Duan Lingtian. It's already come to this, yet he's still so calm. Is this Duan Lingtian bluffing, or is he really confident? King Rong thought he had read many people, but he could not see through the purple-clad young man in front of him at all. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong looked at each other before they moved and flew to the side of northern Mang Mountain. There were not many people there, so they could attack as they pleased. The two of them stood in the air, facing each other. One was dressed in purple, while the other was dressed in white. Whoosh! 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 When the people on northern Mang Mountain saw that Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong had chosen the location of their battle, they swarmed over in a grandiose manner and surrounded half of the sky. It was a vacuum that had a circumference of 1,000 meters. Naturally, some of the martial and Dao cultivators with lower cultivation bases stood far away. They did not dare to get too close for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Duan Lingtian, you're considered to have lived a good life since you're able to die in my hands. Lin Dong looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said indifferently. Based on his words, it was as though Duan Lingtian would definitely die in his hands today. Naturally, he did not think there was any suspense in this battle at all. How arrogant! Upon hearing Lindong's words, the people present on the scene had the same thought in their minds. Naturally, most of them felt Lindong had the right to be arrogant. After all, he was the strongest person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, in most people's opinion, his current strength was still insufficient compared to Lindong. The strongest person among the younger generation in our Windfall Nation is going to die here today. What a pity. Duan Lingtian is younger than Lindong. If he's given a few more years, it's not impossible for him to defeat Lindong. However, it's almost impossible for him to win now. Heaven is really jealous of geniuses. When many people present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of pity could be seen in their eyes. They did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, there were also a small group of people who were confident in Duan Lingtian. These people were none other than Bai Li Hong and a few others. Based on what you said, if you die in my hands, you won't be able to die in peace, right? After taking a deep look at Lindong, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to have the strength to do so." Lindong smirked as he looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. He regarded Duan Lingtian as an ant that he could trample on and trample on. "I think it's more appropriate for me to say this." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and confidently. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from." Lindong's expression darkened when he did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be able to smile at this moment. Waves of turbulent aura suddenly surged out of his body. In just an instant, the air within a 100-meter radius with Lindong as the center began to tremble. A territory was rapidly being formed. "You're using your territory in front of me?" A faint smile appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's lips when he sensed the territory's aura. Ever since Duan Lingtian mastered the 10,000 Swords territory, he did not really care about the territories of martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage. In fact, many territories were crushed by his 10,000 Swords territory. Therefore, when Lindong was forming his territory, he also began to use the true energy, consolidated territory technique to form his own territory. 10,000 Swords territory. When Lindong's territory was rapidly forming and was about to take shape, waves of sharp aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body as though it could shatter the void. When the aura surged out, it was as though there were countless sharp swords in front of him. The sharp aura was emitting from the swords. It's Master Duan's territory. It's said that Master Duan's territory shattered Miss Feng's territory as soon as he formed it. I wonder if his territory can suppress Lindong's territory. If it can, perhaps he'll stand a chance. I think it's unlikely. Moreover, even if he can suppress Lindong's territory, it doesn't mean he can defeat Lindong. Lindong is the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. He doesn't only rely on his territory. Even if his territory is suppressed, he'll still be able to unleash his techniques and deal a fatal blow to Master Duan. In the past, I've only heard about Master Duan's territory. Today, I'll be able to witness it with my own eyes. Duan Lingtian's territory had long been famous in Windfall Nation. Therefore, the onlookers were looking forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's territory. He's so powerful. When Duan Lingtian's 10,000 Swords territory was forming, he was shocked to discover that Lindong's territory was different from the territories of the martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage that he had encountered before. It gave him an invisible pressure. His 10,000 Swords territory even faced a strong resistance in the process of forming it. Moreover, it might not be able to stop Lindong's territory from forming. This territory doesn't seem to be very powerful. However, it seems a little different. If that's the case, this Lindong is extremely close to the Saint stage. Even his territory has the aura of the Saint stage. Duan Lingtian did not believe that Lin Dong's territory was not inferior to his 10,000 swords territory. Chapter 1634. However, I'm certain he's not at the saint stage yet. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. Putting everything else aside, the aura of a saint stage powerhouse was different. It seems like this powerhouse, who's ranked first on the heaven ranking, is no ordinary person. The strongest person below the saint stage in Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, really lives up to his name. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Dong. A few moments later, under everyone's watchful eyes, the two territories consolidated and merged almost at the same time. One of the territories had tens of thousands of solidified sword rays whistling in it. It set off the surrounding void as though it had transformed into a world of swords. The other territory had hundreds of whirlpools filled with green energy spinning in it. The whirlpools spun so quickly as though they could devour everything. And now, when these two domains overlapped, they were like fire and water. I didn't expect your territory to be on par with mine. I've really underestimated you. When he saw this scene, even Lin Dong could not help but reveal a shocked expression. In the past, when he was in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, his territory could easily devour the opponent's territory, even when he was challenged by the second powerhouse on the heaven ranking. However, his territory did not have the upper hand when he faced Duan Lingtian's territory. Your territory has also exceeded my expectations, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Although he did not have the upper hand in terms of territory, he did not mind. After all, his territory was not the only thing he was strong in. Don't tell me you think you can fight me just because you're on par with me in terms of territory. How naive. Duan Lingtian's calmness made Lin Dong very unhappy. In fact, before this, he had heard that Duan Lingtian's strongest technique was territory. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian's territory was on par with his territory. This was because he already knew what was going on. As the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking and the strongest person below the saint stage in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, his territory was not the only thing he was strong in. Whoosh! In an instant, a steel claw appeared on Lin Dong's right hand. The steel claw was directly clasped onto his hand. It shone with a cold light, as if it could tear everything apart. It was obvious this was his saint weapon. Whoosh! Lin Dong suddenly made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he shuttled between the world of swords and the world of whirlpools. Duan Lingtian's position. Chi, 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 chi. When Lin Dong lifted his hand, he raised his hand. Duan Lingtian's territory, claw marks, claw marks, claw marks on the other hand. Duan Lingtian's name, Duan Lingtian's names, Duan Lingtian's of Duan as territory. Claw Duan Lingtian's of claw marks Duan to Duan Duan's S sword was a Lingtian however. In the face of Lin Dong's probing attack, Duan Lingtian did not panic at all. With a raise of his hand, he took out the sun-shooting bow. His true energy condensed into an arrow as he cast the colossal aerolite arrow's AoE attack, the aerolite shower. In just an instant, the sky was filled with arrows as though a meteor shower was raining down. You want to fight me head-on with a mere arrow shower? When Lin Dong sensed the aura of the arrows that filled the sky, he knew the attack power of the arrows was not strong. It was far inferior to the technique he cast. If he fought head-on, Duan Lingtian would be the one at a disadvantage, not him. Duan Lingtian's attack is actually so weak? The aerolite shower that Duan Lingtian cast caused the group of saint stage powerhouses present on the scene to feel slightly disappointed. It seems like Duan Lingtian's territory is only powerful if it's not for the suppression of his territory. His strength might not even be comparable to Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Many people thought to themselves when they saw this, "Humph, he's digging his own grave." Situ Ming and Yi Feng sneered. King Qian was also smiling. It was as though he could already see the scene of the Devil's Seal tablet falling into his hands. He even fantasized about forcing those saint-stage devil cultivators to swear allegiance to him after he obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Otherwise, he would use the Devil Seal tablet to kill them. Not only that, but there were also a few saint-stage devil cultivators on King Rong's side. With the Devil Seal tablet, he would be able to kill those saint-stage devil cultivators on his own. Master Duan, Situ Hao and Situ Hang had a worried expression on their faces. They could also see Duan Lingtian's technique was inferior to Lindong's. Only Bai Li Hong and the others remained calm. In fact, they were so calm because they saw Duan Lingtian's expression did not change much. He was still filled with confidence. They trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. As it turned out, they did not misjudge Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the shooting star arrow hail that they did not think highly of did not collide with the thousands of claw marks that Lindong had cast. Instead, it shot toward Duan Lingtian and formed a layer of defense around Duan Lingtian's body. The arrow rain whistled and formed the shape of a giant bell around Duan Lingtian's body. Colossal Arrow Bell. The technique that Duan Lingtian had cast was the most powerful technique in the colossal aerolite arrow. It was also a defensive technique. As soon as the colossal arrow bell appeared, the thousands of claw marks finally landed and bombarded the colossal arrow bell, causing ripples to form on its surface. However, when the claw mark attack ended, the ripples on the colossal arrow bell calmed down. The colossal arrow bell was not damaged at all. At once, the entire place fell silent. What a powerful defensive technique! This defensive technique is beyond the human rank saint grade martial tactics range. That's right. Duan Lingtian's defensive technique is comparable to an earth rank saint grade martial tactics defensive technique. There was an uproar in the crowd. Some of the saint stage powerhouses with sharp eyes could clearly see that Duan Lingtian's defensive technique was not simple. Top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. He must have cultivated a top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. Only a top human rank, saint, grade martial tactic would have such a terrifying defensive technique. Soon, a saint stage powerhouse exclaimed, "Top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. Although they had not come into contact with a top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic, they had seen it before. There was a technique in the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic that surpassed the ordinary human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. It was comparable to an earth rank, saint, grade martial tactic that could only be cultivated by powerhouses above the saint stage. Even a fifth-rated force might not have a top human rank, saint, grade martial tactic. Naturally, this did not mean that those who cultivated a top human rank, saint, grade martial tactic would be related to a fifth-rated force or above. There were also people who had encountered some fortuitous encounters and obtained the inheritance of a former powerhouse. The inheritance contained a top human rank, saint, grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian actually cultivated a top human rank, saint, grade martial tactic. Lindong's gaze changed completely when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even their Lin clan, a sixth-rated clan, did not possess a human rank, saint, grade martial tactic. A human rank, saint, grade martial tactic might not be useful to powerhouses above the saint stage, but it was extremely helpful to powerhouses below the saint stage. It seems like Duan Lingtian must have encountered some fortuitous encounter and obtained a top human rank, saint, grade martial tactic. Perhaps King Qian wants me to kill him and seize his spatial ring because he wants that set of saint, grade martial tactic as well. Soon after, Lindong recalled the matter that King Qian had asked him to do. To be honest, he was quite puzzled at first. The prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family actually wanted to seize the spatial ring of a seventh-rated clan's interim advisor. What was in the spatial ring? Now he finally understood. King Qian is really wishful thinking. It's fine if I didn't discover it, but now that I've discovered it, I must share it with him. If he's not willing to share the saint, grade, martial tactic with my Lin clan, he can forget about getting Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. At this moment, Lin Dong made up his mind. Until now, Lin Dong still felt that the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand was already his. Even when Duan Lingtian cast the colossal arrow bell, a defensive technique that was comparable to an Earth rank saint grade martial tactic, he did not seem to be afraid at all. Duan Lingtian actually has a top human rank saint grade martial tactic? King Qian's eyes widened in shock. Not only does he have the Devil Seal tablet, but he also has such a saint grade martial tactic. What fortuitous encounter did he encounter? King Qian was pleasantly surprised after he recovered from his shock. After Duan Lingtian's death, the spatial ring would be his. Naturally, the top human rank saint grade martial tactic would not be left behind. The top human rank saint grade martial tactic was definitely a pleasant surprise. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene, including King Rong, were shocked by the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a top human rank saint grade martial tactic. Many of them even had a hint of greed in their eyes. Who would not want a top human rank saint grade martial tactic? Even if they were saint stage powerhouses, they might not be able to use it. However, their descendants would be able to use it. For example, Lin Dong only wanted to bring Duan Lingtian's saint grade martial tactic back to his clan. He was about to break through to the saint stage, so he was not interested in such a saint grade martial tactic. However, if he brought such a saint grade martial tactic back to the Lin clan, it would undoubtedly be a great contribution. This contribution was enough to make his name in the Lin clan go down in history. Every time the Lin clan's descendants cultivated the saint grade martial tactic, they would always think of him as the hero. The moment Lin Dong thought of this, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although his opponent's defensive technique was powerful, he was not afraid he would not be able to break his opponent's defense. This was because the Saint Weapon Steel Claw in his hand had 2 4-star Saint inscriptions. As long as the 2 4-star Saint inscriptions were activated, his opponent's defensive technique would definitely be broken. Are you thinking you'll be able to obtain the top human rank Saint grade martial tactic that I cultivate after you kill me? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly when he saw the greed in Lin Dong's eyes. So what if I am? Chapter 1635. Although I don't know how you obtain the saint grade martial tactic, as long as you die in my hands, I'll take everything you have, including the saint grade martial tactic. Lin Dong said nonchalantly. Based on his words, it was as though he would definitely be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Everyone knows how to boast. You'll have to break my defensive technique first. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Lin Dong with the defensive light shield formed by the arrow qi around his body. I have to admit that your defensive technique is pretty good. However, if that's all you've got, you're going to die today. Lin Dong sneered. He was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian looking down on him. As soon as he finished laughing, he immediately activated the 4 saint inscriptions on the Saint Weapon Steel Claw in his hand. 2 3-star saint inscriptions and 2 4-star saint inscriptions were activated simultaneously. In just an instant, as the steel claw in his hand swept out again, thousands of claw marks swept across the sky and shrouded Duan Lingtian. However, the claw marks this time were more than just a little bit stronger than before. The thousands of claw marks descended, causing the air to seem as though it was being sliced into countless pieces. Apart from the sharp aura that was emitted from each claw mark, there were also 4 different auras. 2 of the auras were weaker, while the other 2 auras were stronger. It's the energy of the saint inscriptions. Many of the onlookers could see Lin Dong's technique at once. 2 3-star saint inscriptions. The other 2 seemed to be 4-star saint inscriptions. Among the group of people from Situ clan, Bai Li Hong raised an eyebrow as shock appeared on his face. As expected of someone from the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, the saint weapon in his hand is actually inscribed with 4 saint inscriptions. Moreover, 2 of them are 4-star saint inscriptions. As a saint inscription master, Bai Li Hong naturally knew how difficult it was to inscribe 4 saint inscriptions on a saint weapon. Moreover, 2 of them were 4-star saint inscriptions. Usually, a newly promoted 4-star saint inscription master could only inscribe 1 4-star saint inscription on a saint weapon at most. In order to inscribe 2 4-star saint inscription masters and let them coexist, these 4-star saint inscription masters had to be extremely experienced. They were definitely not new 4-star saint inscription masters. Similarly, the power of a 4-star saint inscription was not something a 3-star saint inscription could compare to. For a moment, Bai Li Hong's face turned solemn. Although Duan Lingtian was very powerful and had even killed a saint stage powerhouse, Qian Kong, who was one of the supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect, in front of him, Duan Lingtian was extremely powerful. However, after thinking about it, whether it was him, Sima Changfeng, and the others, they all realized that the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to display such a powerful attack was because of the sword in his hand. Since that sword could allow Duan Lingtian, a mere paramount saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, to kill a saint stage powerhouse, it was obviously not an ordinary sword. Even the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao martial saint land were not that powerful. One of the reasons why they were so calm was because of Duan Lingtian's confidence. Most importantly, they recalled the scene where Duan Lingtian killed Qian Kong. As the saying went, too much concern leads to confusion. When they found out that Duan Lingtian was going to have a death duel with Lin Dong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, they did not think about the mysterious and powerful sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. I really hope Junior Brother won't use that sword. However, Bai Li Hong did not want Duan Lingtian to use that sword. This was because once that sword was exposed, Duan Lingtian would become the target of everyone. At that time, let alone the group of saint stage powerhouses from Windfall Nation, even the group of saint stage powerhouses from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion would covet the sword in his hand. This was because that sword was just too powerful. It was even more powerful than the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Who would not be tempted? Although Bai Li Hong had such thoughts, he did not think it was realistic. The power of 2 4-star saint inscriptions was no joke. Even if his junior brother cast the most powerful defensive technique in the top human rank saint grade martial tactic, it would still be difficult for him to block it. 2 4-star saint inscriptions. It seems like Lin Dong's position in the Lin clan is not ordinary. King Rong's expression was extremely solemn. In fact, even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were only a handful of saint weapons that were inscribed with 2 4-star saint inscriptions. Even he did not have one. Although there was a 4-star saint inscription master in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, that 4-star saint inscription master had only advanced a few years ago. He did not have the ability to inscribe 2 4-star saint inscriptions on a saint weapon. Due to this reason, the saint weapon that Lin Dong used was definitely a treasure in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Even he, the second prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, did not have such a treasure. Initially, I thought it would be difficult for Lin Dong to break through Duan Lingtian's defense since he has cast such a powerful defense. However, it seems like it'll only take a moment for Lin Dong to break through Duan Lingtian's defense. That's right. That's the power of 2 4-star saint inscriptions. Just 1 4-star saint inscription is enough to break through Duan Lingtian's defense. with two 4-star saint inscriptions, coupled with the other two 4-star saint inscriptions and Lin Dong's own strength. It's enough to break through Duan Lingtian's defense. I can't believe this death duel is going to end so soon after it began. The saint stage powerhouses present on the scene discussed among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian's defense was nothing in the face of Lin Dong's attack. In their opinion, once Duan Lingtian's defense was broken, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. It's a pity you didn't die in my hands. Yi Feng gritted his teeth as he muttered. Die. Duan Lingtian, this is the consequence of going against me. Murderous intent flashed in Situ Ming's eyes. Third brother, Mr. Lin Dong is going to avenge you soon. A ferocious smile appeared on Yi Mubai's face. At the same time, the greed in King Qian's eyes intensified. It was as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the Devil Seal tablet. Although it was apparent from Lin Dong's words that he was interested in the top human rank saint grade martial tactic in Duan Lingtian's possession, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. He could agree to share the saint grade martial tactic with Lin Dong. To him, the Devil Seal tablet was the real highlight. In front of the Devil Seal tablet, the value of the saint grade martial tactic was not even worth mentioning. At the very least, it was not worth mentioning to him. Chi, 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 chi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the tens of thousands of claw marks landed on the arrow bell around Duan Lingtian's body. However, these claw marks did not cause any ripples. This was because all of them had entered the bell of arrows like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, cutting the bell of arrows to pieces. Just as many people had expected, Duan Lingtian's defense was torn into pieces in just a blink of an eye under Lin Dong's powerful attack. Upon seeing this, even Bai Li Hong and the others who were confident in Duan Lingtian could not help but feel nervous. The scene before their eyes was just too dangerous. Even Bai Li Hong and the others could not help but stare at the figure in the shattered arrow bell nervously. Although they knew Duan Lingtian could kill an ordinary saint stage powerhouse with the help of the mysterious sword, that was only because he had the opportunity to swing the sword. Now that the situation was so urgent, it was uncertain if he would even have the opportunity to swing the sword. It's such a pity that he died just like that. Almost no one present thought Duan Lingtian would be able to survive under such circumstances. Master Duan. Situ Hang's eyes were bloodshot as his body began to tremble violently. He wanted to do something for Duan Lingtian, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly. Duan Lingtian was his savior. If it was possible, he would rather die for him. Situ Hao and Situ Ho, who were standing at the side, shook their heads and sighed helplessly. Until now, they still could not understand why Duan Lingtian had to appear and participate in this death duel. In their opinion, this death duel was initiated by Lin Dong. To Duan Lingtian, it was a narrow escape for Duan Lingtian. He could have avoided it, but he chose not to. The group of people from King Qian's estate laughed. The group of people from King Rong's estate shook their heads. However, since Duan Lingtian was no longer a member of the Situ clan, he no longer had anything to do with King Rong's estate. Due to this reason, they only watched this death duel as though they were watching a show. This Duan Lingtian seems to have an unusual relationship with Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Perhaps after he's killed by Lin Dong, I can make an issue out of this. As long as Lady Feng can get sect leader Ziyin from Drift Blaze sect to intervene. Even if sect leader Ziyin doesn't dare to go against the Lin clan from Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, she'll definitely be dissatisfied with Old Forth. King Rong began to think of ways to make an issue out of Duan Lingtian's death, so that his opponent, King Qian, would suffer. However, the rapidly changing scene in the arena caused King Rong to be stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the tens of thousands of claw marks that tore apart the arrow bell around Duan Lingtian's body continued to fly toward the figure inside. Almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian would be torn into pieces by these claw marks. However, the sudden change in front of them caused them to be completely dumbfounded. That figure was indeed torn into countless pieces. However, it was only an afterimage and not Duan Lingtian's actual body. Duan Lingtian's over there. Among the spectators, there were many Saint Stage powerhouses from various seventh-rate forces. One of the Saint Stage powerhouses from an unknown force looked up at the sky and cried out in surprise. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to the horizon. There was a graceful figure standing on a flying sword that was shining with tens of thousands of brilliants. The flying sword continued to emit brilliance. It was as swift as the wind and as swift as fire. Duan Lingtian's territory is gone. And right at that moment, someone else discovered this. The sword beneath his feet is consolidated from his territory. I can't believe a flying sword consolidated from his territory would grant him such a terrifying speed. Chapter 1636. Earlier, everyone's attention, including the Saint Stage powerhouses, was focused on the figure that was shrouded by the thousands of claw marks. They did not have the time to pay attention to anything else. Due to this reason, nobody noticed that Duan Lingtian's territory had already transformed into a sword that carried Duan Lingtian's body away. Lin Dong's attack missed just like that. When Bai Li Hong and the others saw this, they sighed in relief as a smile appeared on their faces. Master Duan. When Situ Heng saw that Duan Lingtian was unscathed, he smiled as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Situ, Hao, and Situ Ho also sighed in relief. On the other hand, the group of people from King Qian's estate frowned at the same time. They did not expect such a ridiculous thing to happen. Under Lin Dong's powerful attack, Duan Lingtian actually managed to dodge it first? Duan Lingtian is really lucky. He didn't even die. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "He's lucky the first time, but he won't be so lucky the second time." Situ Ming snorted. Although King Qian and Yi Mu Bai did not say anything, they were frowning as well. It was obvious they were displeased by what had just happened. How fast? It's too fast. Even most of the Saint Stage powerhouses present didn't seem to be able to react in time. Everyone was watching how Duan Lingtian was torn into pieces. Naturally, they didn't notice the change in his territory. I can't believe his territory can be used like this. Isn't this too exaggerated? As expected of the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, he managed to escape from such a dangerous situation. Now, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, must be embarrassed, right? As the onlookers discussed among themselves, many of them shifted their attention to Lin Dong. Their gazes were filled with mockery. Lin Dong's face turned pale when he saw these gazes. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to dodge his strongest attack so easily. In his opinion, this was an impossible feat. His territory can be used like this. Naturally, Lin Dong also understood the reason Duan Lingtian was able to dodge his attack was due to the sword transformed from his territory. It was the sword that helped Duan Lingtian to dodge his attack. You've retracted your territory? Then I'll use my territory and my attack to kill you. Lin Dong took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the air on his flying sword. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had completely enraged Duan Lingtian. Without warning, Duan Lingtian's territory, Duan Lingtian, Duan Ling territory. In an instant, as Lin Dong flew toward Duan Lingtian, his territory moved as well. In just a blink of an eye, it enveloped Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the vortexes in Lin Dong's territory spun faster and faster toward Duan Lingtian at a speed that was not inferior to Lin Dong's own. At the same time, Lin Dong launched another attack at Duan Lingtian. Along with the whirlpools that emitted a terrifying aura, They swept toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Wherever the whirlpools passed, the space seemed to tremble and distort. Based on this, one could see how terrifying they were. Lin Dong is serious now. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Lin Dong was no longer holding back. However, even when faced with Lin Dong, who was no longer holding back, Duan Lingtian's flying sword trembled as it carried Duan Lingtian to dodge Lin Dong's attack. It should be noted that the speed of the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet was extremely close to the speed of a Saint Stage powerhouse. Unless it was a Saint Stage powerhouse, it was impossible for anyone below the Saint Stage to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian actually dodged it again? Isn't the sword formed by Duan Lingtian's territory a little too strange? It seems like it won't be easy for Lin Dong to kill Duan Lingtian in today's death duel. It won't just be easy. Since he can't touch Duan Lingtian, it's only natural that he can't do anything to Duan Lingtian, let alone kill Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian might be able to rely on his speed that's much faster than Lin Dong to turn the tables and kill Lin Dong. Kill Lin Dong? If he really succeeds, Duan Lingtian's name will definitely spread far and wide. I'm looking forward to the scene when the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking becomes someone from Windfall Nation. The situation had changed too quickly, and it was difficult for the people present on the scene to accept. Good. Very good. Just when everyone thought Lin Dong would be flustered and exasperated, he suddenly smiled. Moreover, it was a bright smile on his face. Lin Dong can still laugh at a time like this? Upon seeing this, many people had a strange expression on their faces. He can't have gone mad from anger, right? Many people whispered among themselves. The strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking only has such a temperament? He doesn't even have the courage to face defeat? Many people sneered. No wonder Master Duan didn't dodge, even after he found out the death duel between him and Lin Dong was a death duel. After witnessing the speed of the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet, Situ Hang was completely at ease. I didn't expect Junior Brother to be invincible in the death duel with Lin Dong without using that sword. Bai Li Hong had a smile on his face. Among all the martial techniques in the world, only speed was invincible. Since he had the upper hand in terms of speed, it meant he was invincible. Sima Changfeng and the others also sighed in relief with a smile on their faces. This fellow, Duan Lingtian, brings us a pleasant surprise every time we meet him. Chun Shaoshui sighed. Indeed. Nangong Yi agreed with him. On the other hand, King Rong's estate frowned as his expression turned grave. It was also out of his expectation that things would turn out this way. Previously, he thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die. He was even thinking about how to use Duan Lingtian's death to make King Qian stand against Drift Blaze sect. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian might not be the one who would die in the end. If Duan Lingtian was still a member of the Situ clan, perhaps he would feel better. After all, to a certain extent, it could be said that Duan Lingtian belonged to King Rong's estate. However, Duan Lingtian had already left the Situ clan. Moreover, he had most likely left due to the pressure from King Rong's estate. Duan Lingtian definitely did not have a good impression of King Rong's estate. King Rong knew this without even thinking about it. Due to this reason, he hoped Duan Lingtian would die. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would be unhappy instead. Things have already come to this, but Old Fourth is still so calm? Soon after, King Rong noticed his archenemy, his fourth brother, King Qian, had a calm expression on his face after he frowned. It was as though he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's speed at all. Don't tell me Lin Dong hasn't unleashed his full strength yet? At this moment, King Rong could only think of this. At the same time, he looked at Lin Dong and saw that although Lin Dong was smiling, he was not laughing maniacally. Lin Dong's increasingly powerful gaze was filled with great confidence. Where did he get his confidence from? King Rong's heart skipped a beat. He was puzzled. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation. At some point, Lin Dong's laughter had stopped. However, the smile on his face did not disappear. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, "Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're really strong. You should be proud that you managed to force me to this extent. However, do you think that's all I have?" Huh. The crowd who thought Lin Dong had gone mad with anger could not help but be stunned when they heard his words after he stopped laughing. Lin Dong can still say such words at this time. Don't tell me he still has a trump card up his sleeve? Earlier, apart from the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast, he didn't hold back at all. Don't tell me he still wants to rely on those two techniques to turn the situation around? What a joke! Even Lin Dong's True Energy Consolidated Territory technique can't do anything to Duan Lingtian. Even if he uses the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast, it's still impossible for him to turn the situation around. He even used a saint weapon that's inscribed with 2 4-star saint inscriptions. What other tricks does Lin Dong have? The people present on the scene looked at Lin Dong curiously. They wanted to know if he really had a trump card up his sleeve. If he did, what was it? They could not figure it out at all. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw how confident Lin Dong was. However, he was not intimidated by Lin Dong at all. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. I'm going to die. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence. You'll see soon enough. Lin Dong smiled sinisterly. Then, the true energy on his body swelled before it converged and entered his body through the pores on his body. At the same time, the space where Lin Dong was at began to ripple. Not only did the whirlpool in Lin Dong's territory merge again, but it even enveloped Lin Dong. Lin Dong, who was in the depths of the whirlpool, was rapidly absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air with the help of the whirlpool. When the heaven and earth spirit energy entered Lin Dong's body through the whirlpool, it was so substantial that it was visible to the naked eye. Is he cultivating? Upon seeing this, the people present on the scene could not help but be stunned. At the same time, they were rendered speechless. What was the point of cramming like this? Some people could not help but scoff. Don't tell me Lin Dong thinks he can break through to the saint stage at this time? Ha 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 ha. Many people began to laugh. Naturally, they were making fun of Lin Dong. However, very soon they couldn't laugh anymore. This was because after a few moments, as the whirlpool around Lin Dong's body slowed down, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of his body. Many people present on the scene could not help but feel fearful. Saint Stage. It's the aura of the Saint Stage. Chapter 1637. Under such circumstances, Lin Dong's breakthrough to the saint stage was beyond the expectations of most of the people present on the scene. The reason it was said to be most of the people, and not all of them, was because some people did not seem surprised at all. Moreover, it was not just one person. Among the people from King Qian's estate, King Qian, who was the leader, and the 2 old men standing behind him did not seem shocked or surprised when they saw Lin Dong's breakthrough. Based on their calm expressions, it was obvious they had long known this would happen. In fact, they had long known this would happen. Lin Dong could have broken through to the saint stage a few months ago. The reason he did not break through was due to his battle with Duan Lingtian today. If he had broken through to the saint stage, put aside whether Duan Lingtian would be willing to fight with him. Even if Duan Lingtian was willing and he won, people would say he had an unfair advantage and would look down on him for bullying the weak. However, breaking through to the saint stage in a death duel was a completely different concept. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian at this moment, nobody would say anything. King Qian and the 2 old men behind him were not surprised because they had long known about this. However, the others did not know about this. Due to this reason, they were all shocked. Among them were Situ Ming, Yi Feng, and Yi Mubai. Earlier, when they saw Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying speed, They did not hold any hope that Lin Dong would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. They were in a bad mood. However, the scene before their eyes turned around and made them feel like they had ascended to heaven from hell. Lin Dong had broken through to the saint stage. Naturally, they knew what this meant. Duan Lingtian, you're dead meat. The three of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of viciousness in their eyes. When the others saw Lin Dong, who had broken through to the saint stage, they were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. When they finally regained their senses, all of them had a blank expression on their faces. Some of them could not help but rub their eyes to see if they were seeing things. However, the shocking scene in front of them seemed to be telling them that their eyes were not playing tricks on them, nor were they seeing things wrongly. Lin Dong had indeed broken through to the saint stage. It was not rare for one to have a breakthrough during a battle in the Tao martial saint land. However, breaking through to the saint stage during a battle was rare even in the Tao martial saint land. Lin Dong actually broke through. It's funny that I was just teasing him for cramming at the last minute. I didn't expect that he would really break through in such a short time. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that I thought he would be invincible and even kill Lin Dong. I didn't expect Lin Dong to break through to the saint stage at the most critical moment. Although Duan Lingtian's speed is fast, and it can even be said that it's hard to find a match for him below the saint stage. However, compared to the speed of a saint stage powerhouse, there's still a huge gap. Of course, once a saint rudiment stage martial or Tao cultivator breaks through to the saint stage, it means that the true energy in the body will transform into true origin. True energy can't be compared to true energy at all. After the true energy transforms into true origin, the true energy consolidated weapon, consolidated beast, and consolidated territory will transform into the true energy consolidated weapon, consolidated beast, and consolidated territory. Duan Lingtian is really unlucky. Yes, he's really unlucky. He must have been confident in his speed when he accepted Lin Dong's death duel. He must have thought he'd be able to kill Lin Dong. However, I'm afraid he didn't expect Lin Dong would break through to the saint stage at the most critical moment. The group of onlookers' attention was completely focused on Lin Dong as they discussed among themselves. Based on his words, he was shocked by Lin Dong's breakthrough and felt pity for Duan Lingtian. He felt Duan Lingtian, who had the upper hand initially, would definitely die in Lin Dong's hands after Lin Dong had broken through to the saint stage. How could this be? How's this possible? Situ Heng's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Previously, when he saw his savior, Duan Lingtian, had displayed a speed that was much faster than Lin Dong. He thought Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Lin Dong and was overjoyed. However, it did not cross his mind that Lin Dong would break through to the saint stage in just a blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly a disaster for Duan Lingtian. Situ Hao and Situ Ho were also dumbfounded. They were rendered speechless as they stared blankly at Lin Dong, whose aura had changed drastically after he had broken through to the saint stage. He has broken through to the saint stage? When Bai Li Hong and the others saw Lin Dong had broken through to the saint stage, their expressions turned grave immediately. When they recalled the sword that Duan Lingtian had used to kill the Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elder, they were not worried about his safety. However, when they thought about how Duan Lingtian would reveal the sword to everyone after he took it out, they could not help but feel worried for Duan Lingtian. Even the top powerhouses in Windfall Nation would be tempted by that sword. They believed that once that sword was exposed, Duan Lingtian's situation would surely not be any better. Moreover, it might even alert the powerhouses in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Duan Lingtian, you're really unlucky to have encountered me when I'm breaking through to the saint stage. With your speed, if I hadn't broken through to the saint stage, I'm most likely not a match for you. However, now that I've broken through to the saint stage, you're just an ant in front of me, an ant that I can trample on. Lindong's aura had changed drastically after he had broken through to the saint stage. He looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly as he said in a cold tone, "Encountered you when you're breaking through to the saint stage?" Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Lindong looking down at him. "I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. It's premeditated, right?" Duan Lingtian also noticed that Lindong's breakthrough to the saint stage had shocked most people, including Sitaming and Yi Feng. However, King Qian and the two people behind King Qian were the only ones who remained calm, as though they knew this would happen. Due to this reason, he was almost certain Lindong could have broken through to the saint stage long ago, but he had been suppressing his cultivation base and waiting for this moment to break through. It's premeditated. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lindong was shocked. It was apparent he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be able to notice this. However, naturally, he did not show his shock on his face. He said indifferently, "Say whatever you want. No matter what, you're going to die today." The moment his words left his mouth, the whirlpools within a 100-meter radius, with Lindong in the center, spun faster and faster. Not only that, but the color of the whirlpools had also deepened. Although the true origin consolidated territory and the true energy consolidated territory worked on the same principle, due to the difference in the nature of the energy, the power of Lindong's territory was far from what his previous territory could compare to. At the same time, the true origin around Lindong's body became active, as though it was about to burst out at any moment. "Lindong, if I'm not mistaken, King Qian must have promised you something when he invited you here from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to kill me. He asked you to give him my spatial ring after killing me, right?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he looked at Lindong. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to King Qian in unison. In fact, before this, most of them thought Lindong was the one who took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. They did not know why Lindong, the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, would do this. However, now that they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they seemed to have an answer to the question that they could not figure out previously. Lindong was invited by King Qian. Moreover, he wanted to obtain Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. King Qian wants Duan Lingtian's spatial ring? Don't tell me there's a treasure in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring? Isn't it obvious? If it's not for the treasure in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, why would King Qian invite Lindong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to our Windfall Nation to have a death duel with a stranger? He must have paid a hefty price to invite Lindong here. The treasure in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring must be extraordinary if King Qian is willing to pay such a price. King Qian must have known beforehand that Duan Lingtian has a top human rank saint grade martial tactic. He wanted to take it for himself, but he couldn't find a chance to do so. Therefore, he could only invite Lindong here. After all, Duan Lingtian was the interim advisor of Situ clan previously. To a certain extent, he's also considered as one of King Rong's people. He wouldn't dare to let the powerhouses from King Qian's estate make a move so easily. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. King Qian wants Duan Lingtian's saint-grade martial tactic, so he invited Lindong here to issue a death duel with Duan Lingtian. After killing Duan Lingtian, Lindong would hand over Duan Lingtian's spatial ring to him. The onlookers discussed among themselves. All of them thought King Qian's target was the top human rank saint grade martial tactic in Duan Lingtian's possession. Humph! King Rong's eyes turned cold as he snorted. He thought so as well. However, when he thought about how Lindong had broken through to the saint stage, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. He continued to think about how he could make use of Duan Lingtian's death to provoke Lady Feng from Driftblaze sect, so that Ziyin, the sect leader of Driftblaze sect, would intervene in this matter. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, their eyes were filled with pity as they looked at Duan Lingtian. A man's wealth is his own fault. This sentence was very appropriate to describe Duan Lingtian at this moment. A sneer appeared on the corner of King Qian's mouth. A top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic? Before today, he did not know Duan Lingtian possessed such a saint, grade, martial tactic at all. What he was after was far more precious than a top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. Naturally, among the people in King Qian's estate, apart from King Qian himself and the two old men behind him, only Yifeng knew about this. Naturally, among the people present on the scene, there was another person who guessed it. It was Duan Lingtian. Humph! Although Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly, Lin Dong had no intention of replying to him. Instead, he snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, do you think it's useful for you to say all this at this moment? No matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to escape death today. Lin Dong, don't tell me you're the same as them. Do you think King Qian is only after the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic in my possession? Chapter 1638. Lin Dong, don't tell me you're the same as them, and think King Qian is only after the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic in my possession. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian's words were very damaging. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only did King Qian and the two old men behind him have a change in expression, but even Lin Dong could not help but frown. At the same time, he instinctively glanced at King Qian and saw the change in King Qian's expression. His heart instantly skipped a beat. Don't tell me there's another treasure in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring? Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, the treasure King Qian is after seems to be on par with the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. Lin Dong's eyes lit up immediately. He had already decided that as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, he would take Duan Lingtian's spatial ring for himself. As for King Qian, he would no longer bother about him. He would also return the deposit that King Qian had given him, let alone the treasure that was obviously more precious than the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. The value of the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic was much higher than the reward that King Qian had promised him. Duan Lingtian has another treasure. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it seems like he has another treasure that's even more precious than the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. What's that? I'm starting to get curious. Look, King Qian's expression has changed. It's obvious he didn't expect Duan Lingtian would reveal that he has a treasure that's even more precious than the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic. At this point, Duan Lingtian must think he can't keep the treasure, so he took the initiative to reveal it. It's obvious he's going all out. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Many of them noticed the change in King Qian's expression. King Rong narrowed his eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He was also curious about the treasure in Duan Lingtian's possession that could make King Qian lose his composure after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Bai Li Hong, Sima, and the others frowned. They did not know what Duan Lingtian was up to. Even if he had a better treasure, he shouldn't have revealed it, right? The others thought Duan Lingtian only revealed this matter because he was certain he would die. However, they knew Duan Lingtian would not die. At the very least, he would not die in Lin Dong's hands. It was impossible for him to die in Lin Dong's hands. What's Duan Lingtian trying to do? Is he going to tell me he's telling me about the Devil's Seal tablet to die? King's expressions. He Duan's that he regretted that he had brought him here today. Was he not telling Duan Lingtian that Yifeng had told him about the Devil's Seal tablet? It was not difficult for him to figure out why Duan Lingtian was doing this. He must have thought he was going to die and could not keep the Devil Seal tablet. He did not want Duan Lingtian to have the Devil Seal tablet. Mr. Lin, kill him now. If you kill him, apart from the double reward I promised you, I'll give you the top human rank, saint, grade, martial tactic in his possession as well. Quick, quick, Kill him now. King Qian, who was worried Duan Lingtian would tell Lin Dong about the Devil Seal tablet, immediately transmitted his voice to Lin Dong. He urged Lin Dong to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. After all, only the dead would not speak. However, Lin Dong had already made up his mind to go solo and not play with King Qian anymore. Naturally, he did not take King Qian's voice transmission seriously. As for the trouble he would face after obtaining Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, he was not worried about it at all. He had the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan behind him. With his status in the Lin clan, even the entire Windfall Nation's imperial family would not dare to do anything to him, let alone King Qian. As long as he claimed ownership of Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, who would dare to make things difficult for him? Naturally, if he returned to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion just like that, he would definitely be intercepted and killed on his way back. He had already decided that after he killed Duan Lingtian and obtained Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, he would announce that he would visit the Windfall Nation's imperial family as a guest and was willing to share the top human rank saint, grade martial tactic with them. In that case, the Windfall Nation's imperial family would not have any reason to do anything to him. King Qian's anxiety made him realize that the other treasure in Duan Lingtian's possession was much more valuable than the human rank saint, grade martial tactic. Due to this reason, he felt he would not lose out by sharing the saint, grade martial tactic with the Windfall Nation's imperial family. After all, if King Qian did not invite him here, he would not have obtained such a great benefit. He had to report back to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. If King Qian knew what Lin Dong was thinking, he would be so angry that he would throw up blood. The reason King Qian invited you to kill me and obtain my spatial ring is because he wants to snatch the Devil Seal tablet from me. Just when Lin Dong was about to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch his spatial ring, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke again. He spoke quickly, and his voice contained a vast amount of true energy. His voice resonated in the air, and in just a blink of an eye, it entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing them to be in shock. The Devil Seal tablet. One must admit that these 3 words were extremely shocking. At the very least, when Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, even Lin Dong, who was about to kill Duan Lingtian, temporarily stopped moving. He was completely stunned. Although he knew the other treasure in Duan Lingtian's possession was not simple, he did not expect it to be the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, he was no stranger to the Devil Seal tablet. It was one of the 10 great super saint weapons that were extremely famous in the Dao martial saint land. It was one of the top super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Although it was no different from an ordinary divine weapon, its true function was to suppress and kill devil cultivators. To a devil cultivator, the Devil Seal tablet was no different from a nightmare. Not only was Lin Dong shocked when he heard the words Devil Seal tablet, but the others present on the scene were also shocked. Most of them had more or less heard of this super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. They also knew about the Devil Seal tablet's function and how attractive it was. However, all this while the Devil Seal tablet had always been an ethereal existence in their eyes. It had never crossed their minds that the Devil Seal tablet would appear before their eyes one day. To be more precise, it would appear in the hands of the person in front of them. Damn it! Horror dawned on King Qian's face. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else as he shouted in a deep voice, "Attack!" The moment his words left his mouth, the 2 old men behind him made their moves in unison as they charged toward Duan Lingtian. Wind and thunder rumbled as the 2 saint stage powerhouses passed by, causing the air to tremble. When King Qian ordered the 2 saint stage powerhouses to make their moves, King Rong did not want to fall behind. He ordered the 3 old men behind him to make their moves, as well as they charged toward Duan Lingtian. The 5 old men, 5 saint stage powerhouses, wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch his spatial ring. However, there was only one Duan Lingtian, and it was difficult for the two groups of people to divide it. Due to this reason, the two groups of people began to fight each other. For a time, the scene was chaotic, and the sky seemed to have changed color. At this time, the group of onlookers also came back to their senses one after another. King Qian, since you want the Devil Seal tablet, I'll give it to you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shouted as he sent a stone tablet with a chipped corner flying toward King Qian after accumulating his strength. To be more precise, it was flying toward King Qian's back. To be more precise, it was flying toward Yi Feng. Damn it! When Yi Feng saw the Devil Seal tablet flying toward him, horror dawned on his face. Unlike King Qian, who was excited, it was because the Devil Seal tablet had locked onto his aura. The appearance of the Devil Seal tablet was beyond Yi Feng's expectation. He did not even have time to accumulate his energy. Due to this reason, before he could mobilize the true origin in his body, the Devil Seal tablet had already arrived in front of him and killed him. To be more precise, it destroyed his soul. With his soul destroyed, Yi Feng's body fell to the ground like a corpse. With a loud thud, it landed at the foot of the North Pillar Mountain and turned into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Even the two powerhouses from King Qian's estate and the three powerhouses from King Rong's estate stopped fighting. Horror dawned on their faces when they saw Yi Feng, a dignified devil cultivator, had died just like that. Swoosh! When everyone's attention was on the Devil Seal tablet, they saw the Devil Seal tablet had turned around and was flying toward one of the powerhouses from King Rong's estate after killing Yi Feng. This powerhouse was the only devil cultivator among the 3 Saint Stage powerhouses that King Rong brought along. A Saint Stage devil cultivator. No. When the Saint Stage devil cultivator felt his aura being locked onto, horror dawned on his face. The first thought that came to his mind was to flee. However, even with the help of his 2 companions, he could not escape death in the end. The Devil Seal tablet seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it killed him. After killing 2 Saint Stage devil cultivators one after another, there was no need to explain the identity of the stone tablet with a missing corner that was shining with a black brilliance. Only the Devil Seal tablet, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Tao Martial Saint Land, would have such a heaven-defying power. It was activated by a Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator to kill 2 Saint Stage devil cultivators. It's really the Devil Seal tablet. How terrifying! It's even more terrifying than the rumors say. This is only activated by a Saint Rudiment Stage devil cultivator. If a Saint Stage powerhouse activates the Devil Seal tablet, won't it be even more powerful? As expected of one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons. The group of onlookers stared at the Devil Seal tablet that was spinning in the air with burning desire in their eyes. Most of them had a hint of greed in their eyes. Of course, although they all wanted to take the Devil Seal tablet for themselves, they also knew that the Devil Seal tablet was not something they could take. King Qian's estate and King Rong's estate were not people they could afford to offend. At this moment, whether it was King Rong or King Qian, their eyes were filled with greed when they looked at the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian, how dare you? At this moment, Lin Dong finally regained his senses from the powerful Devil Seal tablet. His expression turned grave as he glared at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would take the Devil Seal tablet out. King Qian, I said, I'll give you the Devil Seal tablet, so I'll give it to you. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who ignored Lin Dong, spoke again. Chapter 1639. Soon after, the Devil Seal tablet arrived in front of King Qian. The black, glossy surface around the Devil Seal tablet gradually disappeared as well. Subsequently, the Devil Seal tablet that had returned to its original state slowly descended and landed in King Qian's outstretched hand. King Qian was excited when he obtained the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's attention was focused on King Qian. To be more precise, they were focused on the Devil Seal tablet in King Qian's hand. The moment the Devil Seal tablet appeared, it was destined to be the center of attention. Whoosh! Just when everyone, including Lin Dong, was looking at the Devil Seal tablet in King Qian's hand, a short-lived sword cry clearly entered the ears of all the Saint Stage powerhouses present on the scene. Only Saint Realm experts could hear the sound of the sword whistling through the air. Naturally, Lin Dong was one of them. Oh no! The instant he heard the sword whistle, Lin Dong did not even have the time to react before he felt an extremely terrifying aura lock onto him. This aura was filled with endless killing intent, causing him to be frightened to the point that his expression instantly changed. This was destined to be the last expression on Lin Dong's face. When the group of Saint Stage powerhouses turned around, they only saw a sword ray disappearing into the horizon. At the same time, Lin Dong was slashed into two and was killed. On the other hand, Lin Dong's opponent, Duan Lingtian, was still in the posture of wielding his sword. However, he had already put away the sword in his hand. It was replaced by a 3-foot-long green sword that was condensed from true energy. It was constantly emitting sword rays as it emitted a sharp aura. This, when the group of Saint Stage powerhouses who were the first to regain their senses saw Lin Dong's death, they were shocked. They did not expect this to happen. Lin Dong, who had already broken through to the Saint Stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike? Is it because Lin Dong's attention was on the Devil Seal tablet that Duan Lingtian had an opportunity to attack? For a time, many Saint Realm experts guessed in their hearts. However, they soon overturned this speculation. It would be difficult for a non-Saint Realm martial cultivator to injure a Saint Realm expert, even if it was a sneak attack, even if the Saint Realm expert had just broken through. There was a huge gap between the Saint Realm and the Saint Realm. The two were not on the same level at all. Therefore, even if it was a sneak attack, Duan Lingtian would not be able to kill Lin Dong. However, the truth was right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. However, only a group of Saint Stage powerhouses had their attention on the Devil Seal tablet in King Qian's hand. The Devil Seal tablet was too attractive to them. They did not even notice Lin Dong's death. Of course, this was also because they didn't hear that short-lived, ear-piercing sword howl. After the group of Saint Stage powerhouses recovered from their shock, they looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. However, they recalled the Devil Seal tablet and instantly shifted their attention to King Qian. Lin Dong's death, the demon's sealing tombstone. Between the two, it was obvious that the latter was more attractive to them. Fourth Prince, Lin Dong, is dead. At this moment, the two old men behind King Qian could not help but remind him. What? Upon hearing the two old men's words, King Qian jolted. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head, causing him to regain his senses. He immediately looked at the void where Lin Dong was. All he saw was a faint blood mist in the void. Lin Dong was nowhere to be seen. How could this be? Who killed him? King Qian was stunned. He was completely stunned. Naturally, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian was the one who killed Lin Dong. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was only a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. It was impossible for him to threaten Lin Dong's life. At this moment, the others more or less noticed that something was amiss. Where's Lin Dong? Why is Lin Dong gone? Many people were stunned. They looked left and right, but they did not see Lin Dong at all. If they descended from the sky and looked at the ground, they would definitely see Lin Dong's body that had been smashed into two pieces. Although the group of Saint Stage powerhouses knew what had happened, they did not take the initiative to remind them, since their attention was focused on the Devil Seal tablet in King Qian's hand. Due to this reason, the others still had no idea what had happened. However, Lin Dong's disappearance was nothing to them. The Devil's Seal tablet was the focus of their attention. Junior brother, that Lin Dong, Bai Li Hong, on the other hand, seemed to have vaguely guessed something. However, he could not help but ask through voice transmission, "Senior brother, don't worry. Lin Dong is already dead. He's no longer a threat." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, "You used that sword?" Bai Li Hong asked. Apart from that sword, he could not think of any other method. His junior brother had to kill Lin Dong, who had already broken through to the saint stage. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "You didn't expose yourself, right?" Bai Li Hong asked again. "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head and explained. "At the moment I made my move, their attention was focused on the Devil's Seal tablet in King Qian's hand. They didn't notice me at all. When they returned to their senses, I had already put it away." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hong sighed in relief. Then he asked again, "Junior brother, don't tell me you're really going to give the Devil's Seal tablet to King Qian. How's that possible?" "Senior brother, just sit back and watch the show." Duan Lingtian continued to reply through voice transmission. There was a hint of a smile in his voice. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hong was shocked. He immediately looked at the Devil's Seal tablet in King Qian's hand. When everyone's attention returned to the Devil's Seal tablet in his hand, King Qian realized he was in danger. With just a thought, he wanted to put the Devil's Seal tablet into his spatial ring. The moment the thought left his mind, the Devil's Seal tablet in his hand disappeared. Naturally, he thought he had already put the Devil's Seal tablet into his spatial ring. He immediately called out to the two old men behind him, "Let's go back to King Qian's estate." After saying that, King Qian turned around and prepared to leave. However, was it possible for him to leave at this moment? Old forth, as the saying goes, those who see it have a share. Don't tell me you're thinking of taking the Devil's Seal tablet for yourself? King Rong's indifferent voice resonated in the air. Then he led the two remaining Saint Stage powerhouses to block King Qian's path. It was as though he would not let King Qian leave if he did not share the loot with him. He was heartbroken that a Saint Stage devil cultivator had died. If the Devil's Seal tablet was taken away by King Qian at this moment, it would be equivalent to him losing a Saint Stage powerhouse for nothing. Naturally, he did not dare to believe it. Naturally, even if he did not have any subordinates, he would not let go of a super saint weapon like the Devil's Seal tablet easily. When King Qian saw King Rong blocking his path, his expression turned grave immediately. For a moment, he did not even address him as second brother. "King Rong, the Devil's Seal tablet was given to me by Duan Lingtian. What does it have to do with you?" "Humph." King Rong snorted coldly and ignored King Qian's words. No matter what, he must have a share of the loot from the Devil's Seal tablet today. Even if he could not keep it for himself, he would not let King Qian keep it for himself. Naturally, he knew very well about the influence of the Devil's Seal tablet. If King Qian obtained the Devil's Seal tablet, it would be no different from giving a tiger a pair of wings. As King Qian's opponent, he naturally did not want King Qian to become even more powerful. Due to this reason, he could not let King Qian take the Devil's Seal tablet away just like that. Apart from the people from King Rong's estate, the Saint Stage powerhouses from the other forces also coveted the Devil's Seal tablet. However, they felt helpless in the face of King Qian's estate and King Rong's estate. They could only watch the show from the side. At the same time, some of the Saint Stage powerhouses who were watching the show revealed that Lin Dong was killed by Duan Lingtian. An uproar broke out immediately. Duan Lingtian instantly killed Lin Dong with a sneak attack with a sword. Although a sneak attack was not something to be proud of, the fact that a non-Saint Stage martial cultivator could kill a Saint Stage powerhouse with a sneak attack, even if the Saint Stage powerhouse had just recently broken through to the Saint Stage, was enough to shock everyone. Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention. Duan Lingtian actually killed Lin Dong? What a twist! When Duan Lingtian displayed his speed that was faster than Lindong, I thought Lindong would be the one to die. After Lindong had broken through to the saint stage, I thought Duan Lingtian would be the one to die. I didn't expect Lindong would be the one to die in the end. Earlier, Lindong must have had his attention on the Devil's Seal tablet, just like us. Due to this reason, he did not guard against Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian's sneak attack wouldn't have succeeded. Humph. Although a sneak attack doesn't have a good reputation, how many Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators can kill a Saint stage powerhouse with a sneak attack in the Dao martial Saint land? At the very least, I've never heard of anyone who can do that. That's right. Even if Duan Lingtian did a sneak attack, it's still something to be proud of. After all, he killed a Saint stage powerhouse with a sneak attack when he's only at the Saint Rudiment stage. Originally, a sneak attack was something to be despised. However, when this happened between a non-Saint stage powerhouse and a Saint stage powerhouse, and the latter was killed by the former, nobody thought the former was too much. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and Lindong were originally engaged in a death duel. Even if Lindong was killed because he was distracted, it was his own fault. He could not blame anyone else. Master Duan actually killed Lindong? Among the people from Situ clan, apart from Situ Hao and Situ Ho who already knew Duan Lingtian had killed Lindong, Situ Heng, who had just found out about this, was also completely stunned. He did not expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. In fact, before this, he did not have any hope in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really amazing. So what if Lindong had broken through to the saint stage? Wasn't he still killed by Duan Lingtian? Chen Xiao Shuai laughed out loud with a smug expression on his face. It was as though he was the one who killed Lindong and not Duan Lingtian. How did this happen? Chapter 1640. The reason Yi Mu Bai was here was because he wanted to witness Duan Lingtian being killed with his own eyes. Duan Lingtian was the person who killed his third brother. He hated Duan Lingtian so much that he wished he could tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces. However, he did not have the ability to do so. Therefore, he could only rely on King Qian. However, it seemed like even he could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. As for the Devil's Seal tablet, he was only curious about it in the beginning. Now that he found out Duan Lingtian had killed Lindong, he completely lost interest in the Devil's Seal tablet. Naturally, this was also because he knew it was impossible for him to lay his hands on the Devil's Seal tablet. Yi Mu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian. He really wanted to charge forward and avenge his third brother with his own hands. However, as soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he recalled how Duan Lingtian could even kill a saint stage powerhouse. He was completely terrified. In the end, he did not even have the courage to look at Duan Lingtian. Due to the conflict between King Qian's estate and King Rong's estate, more than 90% of the people present on the scene were focused on them. It was to the extent that Duan Lingtian seemed to have been temporarily forgotten. When Duan Lingtian saw King Rong and King Qian fighting each other, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a mocking sneer. Didn't he notice that the Devil's Seal tablet is not in his spatial ring? At this moment, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures, exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao's voice. He probably didn't have the time to check if the Devil's Seal tablet was in his spatial ring. After all, the Devil's Seal tablet disappeared in his hands. According to his logic, it's impossible for the Devil's Seal tablet to appear anywhere other than in his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. That's true. I'm afraid he wouldn't even dream that you have the seven treasures, exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao responded. Inside the first level of the seven treasures, exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao stood there with a stone tablet with a chipped corner in his hand. It was none other than the Devil's Seal tablet. Previously, when Duan Lingtian tossed the Devil's Seal tablet to King Qian, He controlled the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda that had turned into dust to follow the Devil Seal tablet. After the 3rd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was restored, Duan Lingtian mastered the ability to control the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Of course, he could only move the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda and nothing else. However, the displacement was enough. Earlier, when King Qian was about to put the Devil Seal tablet into his spatial ring, Duan Lingtian had activated the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda in time and put the Devil Seal tablet away. Since King Qian did not check if the Devil Seal tablet had entered his spatial ring, he thought the Devil Seal tablet was still in his spatial ring. Little did he know that the Devil Seal tablet was not in his spatial ring at all. A dog biting another dog, a mouthful of fur. Duan Lingtian glanced at King Qian and King Rong coldly. He was happy to see the 2 of them fighting. In his opinion, King Qian wanted to kill him. King Qian was his enemy since he wanted to kill him. King Rong was not a good person as well. However, he was not interested in the outcome of their fight. Moreover, he knew King Qian would find out the Devil Seal tablet was not in his spatial ring sooner or later. Due to this reason, he decided to leave. Young Master Hang, please take care of my senior brother and the others in the Situ clan's care. Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Hang and transmitted his voice. Master Duan, you're leaving? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Situ Hang shifted his gaze from King Rong and King Qian to Duan Lingtian. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, Situ Hang tried to persuade him to stay. However, Duan Lingtian rejected him. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong and the others, Duan Lingtian left quietly. After he left, he did not return to the capital of Windfall Nation. Instead, he headed northeast. His destination was the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Of course, this was only his next destination. His final destination was the Green Wave Han Mansion. When he was in the capital of Windfall Nation, he had already checked the location of the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, he would have to pass through half of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion if he were to rush there from Windfall Nation. Naturally, Bai Li Hong, Sima, and the others were reluctant to see Duan Lingtian leave. However, they knew Duan Lingtian still had things to do. To Duan Lingtian, the safety of his 2 fiancées was the most important thing. Duan Lingtian had briefly mentioned the purpose of his trip to Duan Lingtian before this. Due to this reason, they did not ask Duan Lingtian to stay. In the distance, King Qian and King Rong were facing each other. Apart from the 2 old men who were Saint Stage powerhouses, Situ Ming was also a Saint Stage powerhouse behind King Qian. There were a total of 3 Saint Stage powerhouses. Naturally, there were originally 4 of them. Yi Feng had been killed by the Devil Seal tablet earlier. On King Rong's side, there were only 2 Saint Stage powerhouses. The other Saint Stage powerhouse was also killed by the Devil Seal tablet because he was a devil cultivator. Due to this reason, King Qian had the upper hand in the current situation. Due to this reason, King Rong could not do anything to King Qian. He could only watch as King Qian left. I should have brought a few more people with me. King Rong's expression was extremely grave. He regretted not bringing a few more Saint Stage powerhouses with him. Due to this reason, he could only watch as King Qian left. Let's go. Let's return to the mansion, gather our men, and go to 4th brother's, King Qian's mansion. When King Rong thought about how the Devil Seal tablet had fallen into King Qian's hands, naturally he felt indignant. He gritted his teeth and brought his men back to King Rong's mansion. He planned to gather his men after he returned to King Rong's mansion to pressure King Qian to hand over the Devil Seal tablet so that he could have a share of the loot. When the people present on the scene saw King Qian and King Rong leaving, they knew there was no more drama to watch. When they regained their senses, they immediately looked at the place where Duan Lingtian was standing earlier. However, they discovered Duan Lingtian was no longer there. Where's Duan Lingtian? When did he leave? I didn't even know about it. Our attention was focused on King Rong and King Qian earlier. Not many people paid attention to him. It's normal that we didn't know about his departure. Since there was no show to watch and Duan Lingtian, the main character, was not around, the group of people began to disperse. Naturally, there were also Saint Stage powerhouses from many forces who looked at each other before they began to search the surroundings. Their goal was, naturally, to find Duan Lingtian and obtain the top human rank Saint grade martial tactic in Duan Lingtian's possession. Moreover, Duan Lingtian possessed the top human rank Saint grade martial tactic and the Devil Seal tablet. Perhaps he had other treasures as well. For this reason, they tried their best to search for Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, their search was destined to be in vain since Duan Lingtian had already left. Did Master Duan inform you before he left? When the people from Situ clan returned to the capital of Windfall Nation, Situ Hao asked Situ Hang through voice transmission. Situ Hang nodded. Did Master Duan return to the Situ clan? Situ Hao asked again. Situ Hang shook his head. Based on Master Duan's tone, I don't think he's going to return to the capital. Before he left, he asked me to take good care of revered elder Bai Li and the others. It's obvious he's going on a long journey and has entrusted them to me. What a pity. Situ Hao sighed. Even he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions today. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Moreover, he even possessed the Devil Seal tablet, a super saint weapon that was ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. In fact, Duan Lingtian was still the interim advisor of Situ clan before yesterday. It seems like Master Duan is the one who annihilated the Dark Nether sect. Since he has the Devil Seal tablet, it's not surprising that the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect died in his hands. Situ Hao thought to himself. However, when he thought about how the Devil Seal tablet had fallen into King Qian's hands and how the Situ clan was under King Rong's estate, he could not help but feel worried. With the Devil Seal tablet, King Qian would be like a tiger that had grown wings. At that time, even King Rong's estate might not be able to suppress him. If King Rong failed in the battle for the throne and King Qian became the new master of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, the Situ clan would definitely suffer. He knew very well how ruthless King Qian was. Due to this reason, his heart was filled with worry when he thought about this. Although Bai Li Hong and the others were traveling with the people from Situ clan, the topics of their voice transmissions were completely different. I really can't accept this. Chen Xiao Shuai said through voice transmission, that's the Devil Seal tablet, one of the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. To think it was taken away by King Qian, just like that. That's right. King Qian is King Rong's sworn enemy, and the Situ clan is on King Rong's side. It's not good for us if King Qian gains power. Nangong Yi chimed in as well. Sima Changfeng and the others were also worried. Bai Li Hong was the only one who was calm, as though he was not worried at all. Meanwhile, King Qian had also brought his men back to his estate. When he returned to his estate, the first thing he did was to take the Devil Seal tablet out of his spatial ring with a smile on his face. However, when he wanted to take out the Devil Seal tombstone, he discovered that everything was in his spatial ring except for the Devil Seal tombstone. Impossible. This was the first thought that appeared in King Qian's mind. He felt it was impossible for the Devil Seal tablet to not be in his spatial ring, since he was the one who had put it away. At that time there was no one around him, so it was impossible for someone to snatch the Devil Seal tablet away. King Qian immediately inspected the space in his spatial ring. He looked through the items one by one, but he did not see the Devil Seal tablet at all. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his expression became extremely gloomy. What the hell is going on? Who the F*CK can tell me what's going on? At this moment, King Qian could not help but lose his composure. Fourth Imperial Highness? At this moment, the two old men behind King Qian also noticed that something was amiss. They were dumbfounded when they learned the Devil Seal tablet was not in King Qian's spatial ring. What was going on? Chapter 1641. Why is this happening? I've already put the Devil Seal tablet into my spatial ring. But why isn't it in my spatial ring? King Qian felt like he was going crazy. He was driven crazy by his spatial ring. Could it be that the broken spatial ring had swallowed the Devil Seal tablet? Fourth Imperial Highness, could it be that Duan Lingtian did something to the Devil Seal tablet? At this moment, one of the old men behind King Qian speculated. Did something? What did he do? He was so far away from me, and the Devil Seal tablet was so far away from him. Don't tell me you saw the Devil Seal tablet fly back? King Qian shook his head as he recalled the scene at that time. He could not figure out how the cooked duck flew away just like that. Upon hearing King Qian's words, the two old men fell silent. As Saint Stage experts, they were very confident in their own strength and eyesight. They were certain that the Devil Seal tablet had not flown away under their noses, because even if it had flown away, they would still have been able to capture the traces of it. At that time, they clearly saw the Devil Seal tablet disappear into thin air in King Qian's hand. It was obvious King Qian had put it into his spatial ring. However, King Qian said he could not find the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring. Fourth Imperial Highness, why don't you look for it again? The two old men could not help but ask again. They still found this matter unbelievable. How could something that was in his spatial ring disappear just like that? I've already searched every corner of the spatial ring, but I still can't find the Devil Seal tablet. How am I supposed to look for it? This is ridiculous. King Qian, who had lost his composure, lost his bearing as a prince when he spoke. He began to curse in the streets. He could not accept the disappearance of the Devil Seal tablet at all. He had taken a huge risk to bring the Devil Seal tablet back under King Rong's nose. He could almost predict King Rong would be on his way to King Qian's estate now. Moreover, he had gathered many Saint Stage powerhouses in King Rong's estate. Since King Rong knew about the Devil Seal tablet, it was impossible for him not to come for a share of the loot. If the Devil Seal tablet was still with him, he would protect it, even if he had to risk his life to fight King Rong. However, the Devil Seal tablet was not in his hands now. This made him feel extremely depressed. Not only had he not obtained the Devil Seal tombstone, but he had also gotten himself into trouble. Most importantly, he didn't know why the Devil Seal tablet wasn't in his spatial ring at all, because he was unable to imagine how the Devil Seal tablet had vanished into his spatial ring. He'd clearly put the Devil Seal tablet away in his spatial ring at that time. Could there be something special about the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking? He can even turn invisible. After a long time, King Qian could not help but let his imagination run wild. Even he could not convince himself of this. Old Four, come out. While King Qian was racking his brains, he could not figure out where the Devil Seal tablet had gone. King Rong's voice resonated from outside. As it turned out, King Rong had brought the Saint Stage powerhouses from King Rong's estate over in a menacing manner. They entered King Qian's estate as though there was no one around. Upon hearing King Rong's words, King Qian's expression turned even graver. Your Highness, Fourth Prince, King Rong is definitely here for the Devil Seal tablet, but you don't have it. Even if you tell him the truth, I'm afraid he won't believe you. Situ Ming, who had remained silent all this while, could not help but speak. He found this a little unbelievable as well. He had seen the Devil Seal tablet disappear in King Qian's hand with his own eyes. It was normal for him to keep things in his spatial ring. However, when he returned, King Qian actually said the Devil Seal tablet was not in his spatial ring. The first thought that appeared in his mind was that King Qian was acting shamelessly. He was trying to deny the fact that the Devil Seal tablet was in his hands. After all, if the news of the Devil Seal tablet being in his hands spread out, it would cause a huge impact. Naturally, he felt it was foolish of him to do so. Everyone had seen the Devil Seal tablet disappear in his hands with their own eyes. Who would believe him unless he was willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath? However, King Qian had a guilty conscience. How could he swear on the lightning penalty oath? Until now, Situming was still certain the Devil Seal tablet was in King Qian's spatial ring. King Qian's behavior earlier was just an act. The purpose of this act was, naturally, to deceive the people around him. If he could not deceive the people around him, how could he deceive the outsiders? However, when King Qian brought him and the other two Saint Stage powerhouses to meet King Rong, an unexpected scene appeared. I, King Qian, Zhu Xianqing, swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that if I obtain the Devil Seal tablet today, I am willing to be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Faced with King Rong, King Qian did not even wait for him to speak before he swore on the lightning penalty oath. Boom, 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 boom. As 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air, the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled. However, although the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled, King Qian did not receive any punishment. The lightning penalty did not strike in time. King Rong and the Saint Stage powerhouses in King Rong's estate were stunned when King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath so straightforwardly. Even the people by his side were stunned. Naturally, only Situming and Yi Mu Bai were stunned. Yi Mu Bai had the same thought as Situming. He thought King Qian was just acting earlier. However, when King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath, it made them realize King Qian was not acting earlier. Impossible. King Rong was in disbelief when he saw King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath, but the lightning penalty did not strike. Fourth brother, what are you trying to do? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Devil Seal tablet disappeared after it fell into your hands. It's obvious you've kept it in your spatial ring. How dare you say you didn't obtain the Devil Seal tablet? I've already swore on the lightning penalty oath. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. King Qian was already in a bad mood. When he saw King Rong still did not believe him after he swore on the lightning penalty oath, he was instantly enraged. After he finished speaking, he no longer cared about King Rong. He turned around and left. The moment King Qian's words left his mouth, King Rong immediately fell silent. Nobody could violate the lightning penalty oath. This was a publicly acknowledged law in the Dao Martial Saint Land. What's going on? Although King Rong did not stop King Qian, he still looked at Situming and the others and asked in a deep voice, Second Imperial Highness, we all know you want the Devil Seal tablet. However, after the Fourth Imperial Highness returned, we searched his spatial ring, but we didn't find any trace of the Devil Seal tablet at all. It's obvious Duan Lingtian didn't sincerely hand over the Devil Seal tablet. He must have used some tricks to trick the Fourth Imperial Highness into obtaining the Devil Seal tablet. In fact, the Devil Seal tablet is still in his hands. One of the two old men next to King Rong could not help but chime in. That's right. After all, the Devil Seal tablet is one of the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Perhaps it has some special ability that we don't know about. After all, our knowledge of the Devil Seal tablet is only based on the rumors in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The other old man chimed in. After they finished speaking, they chased after King Qian. Damn fourth brother! Why didn't he check his spatial ring earlier? At this moment, King Rong had no choice but to believe it even if he was unwilling. Since King Qian had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, he had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, King Rong could only bring his men back to King Rong's estate. It was meaningless for him to continue staying in King Qian's estate. Find Duan Lingtian at all costs. I must get my hands on the Devil Seal tablet. After returning to King Rong's estate, King Rong issued a series of orders. He could not resist the temptation of the Devil Seal tablet at all. If he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet, he was confident he would become the next master of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Fourth brother, now that Lindong is dead, I'm afraid you're going to have a hard time in the future, right? King Rong smiled sinisterly after he issued the order. When King Rong issued the order, King Qian, who had gradually calmed down, also issued the same order. After King Qian issued the order, he finally remembered Lindong, who had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. He broke out in cold sweat immediately. Damn it! I'm the one who invited Lindong from the Lin clan. Many people in the Lin clan know about this. Now that Lindong has died in Windfall Nation, the Lin clan won't take this into consideration even though he was killed in a death duel. They'll only think that I'm the one who invited Lindong to Windfall Nation and that's why he was killed. The moment King Qian thought of this, he felt extremely aggrieved. He felt like he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Although they were both sixth-rate forces, and the Windfall Nation's imperial family was not afraid of the Lin clan, King Qian was in the wrong. Due to this reason, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family could not protect King Qian too much. King Qian still had to clean up his own mess. Lindong was dead, and the Devil Seal tablet had appeared. With the end of the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Lindong, these two pieces of news swept through the entire Windfall Nation's capital like a hurricane. Not only that, but it also spread in all directions. With this speed, it would not take long for the news to spread in the entire Windfall Nation and the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Who was Lindong? He was the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking. Moreover, he was killed after breaking through to the Saint stage. When the news spread, it was enough to set off a storm in the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Naturally, Lindong's death was not the most shocking news. The most shocking news was the appearance of the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the famous Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, there were many people who coveted it. Due to this reason, one could foresee that when this news spread out, there would definitely be many powerhouses who would go crazy over it. When these two pieces of news exploded in the capital of Windfall Nation, a travel-worn figure entered the capital of Windfall Nation. After he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, his first destination was the Situ clan. I'm looking for Situ Hao. When this person entered the Situ clan, he did not enter through the main entrance. Instead, he flew directly above the Situ clan's estate. His voice was like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the entire Situ clan. Chapter 1642. It was obvious he was a Saint Stage powerhouse, since he was able to fly in the sky above the capital of Windfall Nation. It was obvious he was not an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse, since he dared to arrogantly say he was looking for Situ, Hao in the sky above the Situ clan's estate. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Situ clan? Almost at the same time when the black-clad man's voice alerted the entire Situ clan, an angry and old voice resonated from afar. After a while, an old man appeared in front of the black-clad man. The old man was well built with white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the black-clad man. You're even wearing a mask. You're Situ Hao. After the old man appeared, the black-clad man, wearing a grimace mask, asked nonchalantly. The old man's white hair was tied behind his back, giving him a sage-like appearance. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura as well. Who are you? The old man with white hair and a youthful face did not answer the black-clad man. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, Noisy, The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the black-clad man shouted in a deep voice and raised his hand. He did not seem to have made any other movements. Immediately, a majestic force caused the space to tremble. It was like the surface of a calm lake that rippled when a rock fell. Then it pressed down on the old man. A moment later, it pressed down on the old man. At the same time, true origin began to surge out of the old man's body as his expression turned solemn. Based on the aura of his true origin, it was obvious he was not an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. Boom! However, faced with the black-clad man's energy, the moment the old man's true origin surged out, it was mercilessly crushed. In just an instant, the old man's body trembled before he was sent flying. He only managed to stabilize his body after flying 100 meters away. As refined saint stage, you. Who are you? The old man spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was so wretched that he seemed to have turned into an old beggar. When he looked at the black-clad man again, his eyes were filled with dread. Old ancestor. Before the black-clad man could speak, another voice resonated. Following that, a middle-aged man appeared. It was none other than the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao. Based on how Situ Hao addressed the old man was obviously the old ancestor of the Situ clan. Let me ask again, are you Situ Hao? Although the black-clad man's face was covered by the mask, his cold eyes were exposed. When he looked at the Situ clan's ancestor, the latter felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Senior, I am Situ Hao. Seeing his old ancestor injured to this extent, although Situ Hao realized that the other party did not come with good intentions, he could only brace himself and come forward. His heart was filled with confusion. Based on what the old ancestor said earlier, this masked black-clad man is actually a refined saint stage powerhouse? That's right. The old ancestor is currently at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Only a powerhouse at the refined saint stage or above would be able to injure him to this extent in just a blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Situ Hao's heart could not help but tremble. Even in the entire Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were only a handful of refined saint stage powerhouses. In Windfall Nation, apart from the few powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only sect leader Ziyin from Drift Blaze sect was a refined saint stage powerhouse. The saint stage was also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Those who had just broken through to the saint stage were at the pristine saint stage. The pristine saint stage was divided into 4 levels, namely the early pristine saint stage, the intermediate pristine saint stage, the mastery pristine saint stage, and the peak of the pristine saint stage. After the pristine saint stage was the refined saint stage. Such powerhouses usually only existed in 6th-rate forces. Naturally, there were also some 7th-rate forces that had refined saint stage powerhouses. The Drift Blaze sect happened to be such a 7th-rate force. Even if there was only one 7th-rate force that had a refined saint stage powerhouse, it would still stand out among the other 7th-rate forces. Situ Hao himself was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. He could not even be compared to the old ancestor of Situ clan, let alone a refined saint stage powerhouse who was stronger than the old ancestor of Situ clan. You're Situ Hao, the current clan leader of Situ clan? The black-clad man asked as he glanced at Situ Hao indifferently. Due to the fact that he was wearing a grimacing mask, his expression could not be seen clearly. Due to this reason, Situ Hao was very anxious. He did not know why such a refined saint stage powerhouse would come to the Situ clan to look for him. Yes. However, Situ Hao did not dare to slack off when faced with the black-clad man's question. He quickly nodded and asked anxiously, "Senior, I'm honored by your presence. May I know the reason for your visit?" At this moment, the Situ clan's ancestor, that white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, was already standing beside Situ Hao. However, when he looked at the black-clothed man, His face was filled with fear. In the depths of his eyes, there was even some fear. The other party's strength was just too strong. Even though he was a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine Saint stage, he did not even have the strength to fight back when the other party made his move earlier. He's at least at the intermediate refined Saint stage. He was almost certain about this. At this moment, a figure was hovering in the sky not far away. It was as though his feet were rooted to the ground. This person was none other than Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan. He had personally witnessed his own old ancestor being crushed and heavily injured by the black-clad man with just one move. At that moment, he knew he was just an ant in the other party's eyes. At the same time, he was so frightened that he could not even move his feet. This was because the other party's strength had shocked him too much. The other party's strength made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart and soul. I heard your Situ clan has an interim advisor called Duan Lingtian. The black-clad man asked again as he looked at Situ Hao. You're here to look for Master Duan. Upon hearing Situ Hao's words, Situ Hao could not help but be stunned. It did not cross his mind that this refined Saint Stage powerhouse was here to look for their Situ clan's former interim advisor, Duan Lingtian. Master Duan is no longer the interim advisor of our Situ clan. Situ Hao smiled wryly. No longer the interim advisor of your Situ clan? What do you mean? The black-clad man's eyes turned cold and his voice turned deep. Apart from that, there was a hint of coldness in his voice that sent chills down Situ Hao's spine. To tell you the truth, Master Duan has already left the Situ clan a few days ago. Situ Hao smiled wryly. Left? The black-clad man's voice turned even deeper. Where did he go? Senior, I'm afraid you don't know about the 2 pieces of news that have been spreading in the capital recently, right? Situ Hao asked. He could see that the other party was covered in dust. It was obvious that the other party had just arrived in the capital. Moreover, it was obvious that the other party did not know about the 2 pieces of news that had been spreading in the capital for the past few days. Otherwise, he would not have come to the Situ clan. What news? The black-clad man asked impatiently. Situ Hao panicked when he heard the impatience in the black-clad man's voice. He did not dare to dawdle and hurriedly told him about the 2 pieces of news. He told him about what had happened after Duan Lingtian had announced his departure from the Situ clan. Duan Lingtian killed Lindong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, the strongest powerhouse in the heaven ranking. When he heard this news, even the black-clothed man's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Moreover, he killed Lindong after he had broken through to the Saint stage. The black-clad man's eyes were filled with shock when he learned about this. A Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator had killed a Saint stage powerhouse? Although it was a sneak attack and the Saint stage powerhouse had just broken through to the Saint stage, Duan Lingtian's strength still shocked him. Is he even human? This was the first thought that appeared in his mind. He had never heard of such a person in the Dao martial Saint land. Killing a Saint stage powerhouse with a strength that was not at the Saint stage was simply heaven-defying. However, when another piece of news reached the black-clothed man's ears, the news about Lindong's death was thrown to the back of his mind. Devil Seal Tablet? One of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking? It was used by Duan Lingtian and killed 2 Saint stage devil cultivators consecutively. The black-clad man's eyes lit up when he learned about the Devil Seal Tablet. His breathing quickened. The Devil Seal Tablet. That was an absolute treasure. King Qian's estate? The black-clad man left in just a blink of an eye when he found out the Devil Seal Tablet was in King Qian's possession. It was as though he had vanished into thin air before Situ Hao's eyes. After the black-clad man left, Situ Hao heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. Since the news of King Qian swearing on the lightning penalty, oath that he did not possess the Devil Seal Tablet, had not spread out yet, Situ Hao was unaware that the Devil Seal tablet was not in King Qian's possession. Otherwise, he would not have told the black-clad man that the Devil Seal tablet was in King Qian's possession. Ancestor, is he really a refined saint stage powerhouse? After taking a deep breath, Situ Hao could not help but look at the white-haired old man next to him and asked carefully. Yes, he's a refined saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, he's at the intermediate refined saint stage at the very least. The old man nodded with certainty. I'm completely powerless before him. Only a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage, or above, can give me this feeling. Intermediate refined saint stage. Situ Hao's heart jolted when he heard this. In fact, even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. He was the most powerful person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. The black-clad man earlier was actually such a powerful person? Similar to the pristine saint stage, the refined saint stage was also divided into the early, intermediate, mastery, and peak stage. Each stage had a different strength. I can't believe there's such a pleasant surprise, even though I didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. If I can obtain the Devil Seal tablet, I'll be able to trample on that old man. I, Jing Yuan, will replace him as the new leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation. Chapter 1643. The black-clad man wearing a grimace mask was none other than Jing Yuan, the second strongest powerhouse in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation. Jing Yuan's strength was only inferior to Hong Zhen, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation. Hong Zhen was a devil cultivator. If Jing Yuan obtained the Devil Seal tablet, Hong Zhen would not be a match for him at all. Due to this reason, Jing Yuan desired the Devil Seal tablet so much. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Everyone in King Qian's estate was, naturally, powerless when faced with Jing Yuan. What a joke! Jing Yuan was a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. Even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one person who was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. In front of such a powerhouse, the group of saint stage powerhouses in King Qian's estate were as docile as a group of cats under King Qian's leadership. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Senior, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that the Devil Seal tablet is really not in my hands. During these few days, I've thought about it carefully. It should be that the Devil Seal tablet has some other special ability that allows Duan Lingtian to retrieve it from afar. King Qian smiled wryly as he told Jing Yuan, Duan Lingtian? Jing Yuan's face that was hidden under the grimace mask turned grave immediately. His eyes gleamed coldly. Do you know where he is now? To be honest with you, Senior, we've been looking for him these few days as well. However, we didn't manage to find any clues at all. I'm guessing he must have left the capital that day. Currently, there are many people looking for him in Windfall Nation. After a while, when the news spread out, I'm afraid there will be even more people looking for him. At that time, I'm afraid there won't be a place for him in Windfall Nation. King Qian speculated, it's very likely that he'll choose to leave Windfall Nation. Jing Yuan agreed with King Qian's words. Once the news of the Devil Seal tablet spread out, it would indeed attract many powerhouses to Windfall Nation. According to what you said, Duan Lingtian cooperated and gave the Devil Seal tablet to you that day. With your relationship with him, it's impossible for him to be so kind, right? Jing Yuan asked. Yes. That Duan Lingtian wouldn't have left so easily if he had wanted to kill me and check my storage ring. Now that I think about it, he must have deliberately given me the Windfall Nation in order to attract everyone's attention. And he quietly left when everyone's attention was on me. The more King Qian thought about it, the more certain he became. This means the Devil Seal tablet must be in his hands. I'm sure. Jing Yuan's eyes flashed. He was silent for a moment and did not speak. At this moment, King Qian and the group of Saint Stage powerhouses behind him looked anxious. They were afraid Jing Yuan would kill them if he was unhappy. They already knew Jing Yuan's strength now. When Jing Yuan arrived, Sita Ming had directly attacked Jing Yuan in order to flatter King Qian. The result was obvious. Sita Ming was killed in one move. From beginning to end, Jing Yuan did not even move at all. He just used the power of his domain to insta-kill Sita Ming. He was able to kill an intermediate pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator with such a technique. Without a doubt, Jing Yuan was a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. The group of Saint Stage powerhouses in King Qian's estate could confirm this. Due to this reason, they were well behaved in front of Jing Yuan and did not dare to cross the line. Whoosh! When King Qian and the others saw Jing Yuan suddenly raising his hand, horror dawned on them. They thought Jing Yuan was going to attack them. Senior, King Qian was just about to open his mouth and beg for mercy when he saw the scene in front of him. He knew he had misunderstood the situation. The black-clad man wearing a grimace mask did not intend to attack them. He raised his hand and took out a rolled-up portrait. Look at this. Isn't the person in this portrait the Duan Lingtian you've seen before? As Jing Yuan spoke, he unfolded the portrait. He had copied this portrait from the portrait in the hands of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation. It was a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. At first glance, he gave off a refreshing feeling. After unfolding the portrait, Jing Yuan looked at King Qian and asked indifferently, "Is this him?" "It's him." "That's right. It's him." King Qian quickly nodded after taking a look at it. At the same time, he took out a portrait and unfolded it. "Senior, look at this portrait of mine." After unfolding the portrait, there was also a young man in it. He was at least 90% similar to the young man in the portrait in Jing Yuan's hand. With just a glance, one could tell the two young men in the portrait were the same person. As expected, he's the person our Mountain Shade Black Market is looking for. Jing Yuan's breathing quickened when he looked at the portrait in King Qian's hand. After a few moments, Jing Yuan looked at King Qian and asked indifferently, "Do you know if Duan Lingtian has any relatives or friends in Windfall Nation?" "I only know that Duan Lingtian is very close to Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan. Apart from that, he brought a group of people to settle down in the Situ clan. Those people are currently staying in the Situ clan." King Qian told him everything he knew. Faced with a powerhouse like Jing Yuan, he did not dare to conceal anything, nor did he dare to exaggerate anything. Who knew if he would offend Jing Yuan or not? If Jing Yuan was unhappy and wanted to kill him, he would not know who he could turn to for help. Situ clan? Upon hearing the information King Qian provided, Jing Yuan's eyes lit up. He left King Qian's estate in a flash and came to the Situ clan again. "Senior, when Situ House saw the refined Saint Stage powerhouse who was wearing a grimace mask had returned, he felt anxious as well. He had a respectful expression on his face. I heard that your son, Situ Hang, is very close to Duan Lingtian? Apart from that, Duan Lingtian even brought a group of people to settle down in the Situ clan?" Jing Yuan asked as he glanced at Situ, how indifferently. Faced with the domineering Jing Yuan, although Situ Hao did not want his son and Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends to meet Jing Yuan, he did not have a choice at this moment. If he offended Jing Yuan, the entire Situ clan would be in danger. Fortunately, as a refined Saint Stage powerhouse, Jing Yuan did not make things difficult for Situ Hang, Bai Li Hong, and the others. After the few of them swore on the lightning penalty oath that they really did not know where Duan Lingtian was, Jing Yuan left. The lightning penalty oath was enough to prove if a person was lying or not. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely heave a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he did not tell Bai Li Hong and the others where he was going. Otherwise, they would definitely be put in a difficult position. Even if they chose to die, they would not betray him. When Jing Yuan left the capital of Windfall Nation, the news of a person who seemed to be a refined saint stage powerhouse coming to King Qian's estate and forcing King Qian to swear on the lightning penalty oath spread out. Naturally, most people's attention was on the lightning penalty oath King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath. King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath that he did not obtain the Devil's Seal tablet at all. Many people were stunned when they heard the news. What a joke! A few days ago, I saw Duan Lingtian passing the Devil's Seal tablet to King Qian with my own eyes. King Qian had also put the Devil's Seal tablet away in his spatial ring. Now, King Qian is saying he did not obtain the Devil's Seal tablet? Who would believe that? Some people could not help but curse out loud. Then, how do you explain the lightning penalty oath? If one goes against the lightning penalty oath, nobody will be able to escape the punishment of the lightning penalty oath. That's right. I think King Qian must be telling the truth. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the lightning penalty by now. As time passed, the news of King Qian swearing on the lightning penalty oath was verified. Even those who did not believe King Qian did not obtain the Devil's Seal tablet had no choice but to accept this fact. After accepting this fact, they could not help but think of Duan Lingtian. That day, Duan Lingtian passed the Devil's Seal tablet to King Qian, and King Qian put the Devil's Seal tablet away in his spatial ring. At the very least, in our eyes, King Qian had put the Devil's Seal tablet away. From the beginning until the end, our attention was focused on King Qian. It was to the extent that we did not notice Duan Lingtian at all. We didn't even know when Duan Lingtian left. That's right. That was indeed the case at that time. Now that I think about it, all of this must be one of Duan Lingtian's schemes. He must have a way to retrieve the Devil's Seal tablet from afar. That's why he purposely created the illusion that King Qian obtained the Devil's Seal tablet to divert our attention so that he could leave. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian is really terrifying. Under such circumstances, he can still think of a way to deal with it so calmly. After all, if he made a single mistake, he would have been doomed eternally. Indeed, as long as King Qian checked the spatial ring and swore on the lightning penalty oath that he did not obtain the Devil's Seal tablet, everyone's attention would have shifted back to Duan Lingtian. It would have been impossible for Duan Lingtian to leave. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. Many people admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. They knew they might not be able to escape unscathed under such circumstances. However, Duan Lingtian did it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of everything that happened in the capital of Windfall Nation. At this moment, he had already left Windfall Nation and entered the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. Naturally, even Windfall Nation was considered a part of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian had entered the central district of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. There were no sixth-rate Saint nations here. There were only sixth-rate clans and sixth-rate sections. Naturally, the strongest force here was still the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Not only was the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion a general name for a district in the Dao Martial Saint Land, but it also represented a powerful fifth-rate force that ruled a district. Naturally, to Duan Lingtian, the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was merely a passerby on his journey. His destination was the Green Wave Han Mansion. Similar to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the Green Wave Han Mansion was also a powerful fifth-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land that ruled a district. So, a figure flew across the sky. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1644. When Duan Lingtian was making his way to the Green Wave Han Mansion, a piece of shocking news spread out in Windfall Nation. It did not take long before it shocked more than half of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Naturally, this was because there was not enough time. After a while, this piece of shocking news would shake the entire Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion. Even the regions outside of the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, would be shocked. This was because this news was related to one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal Tablet. Due to the Devil Seal Tablet's special ability to suppress devil cultivators, it was one of the top weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Its appearance was enough to drive many people crazy. There was no lack of powerful saint stage martial and Dao cultivators among them. When the news first spread out, it said that Prince King Qian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. However, another piece of news spread out. King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath that he did not obtain the Devil Seal Tablet. It was impossible for a lightning penalty oath to be false. The news of the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong and the situation at that time spread out as well. For a time, Duan Lingtian became the target of public criticism. More than 90% of the people concluded that the Devil Seal Tablet was still in Duan Lingtian's hands. However, Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be found. Even so, it could not stop the powerhouses from all over from heading to the Windfall Nation. To them, the news was spread by people. It could not be taken seriously. Only when they witnessed King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath would they believe that he was not lying. Due to this reason, King Qian was extremely depressed for a very long time. This was because every once in a while there would be powerful existences that he could not afford to offend who would come looking for him and ask him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He had sworn on the same lightning penalty oath so many times that he had lost count. Fourth Imperial Highness, the Lin clan is here. King Qian, who had just sent off a powerhouse, was quickly greeted with another report. As soon as the person who reported entered the main hall, 2 people followed behind him. It was a middle-aged man in green robes and a white-haired old man behind him. At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's expression was slightly gloomy. His gaze was cold as he looked at King Qian. Why did you come in by yourselves? This is King Qian's estate. How can you be so presumptuous? At this moment, the guard from King Qian's estate who came in to report the news also noticed the 2 people who had followed him into the main hall. He turned around and said angrily. However, this would also be the last sentence he would say. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the old man behind the green-robed, middle-aged man moved. He raised his hand, formed a sword finger, and then pointed. Whoosh! In the next moment, a short-lived sword cry resonated in the air. A bloody hole appeared between the guard's brows before he fell to the ground, dead. Lin, Senior Lin. Upon seeing the green-robed middle-aged man, King Qian's face instantly turned pale. This was because he had seen this green-robed, middle-aged man before. He was the 3rd master of the Lin clan in the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion, Lin Zhan. He was also Lin Dong's biological father. Zhu Xianqing, how are you going to explain this to me? Will you be the only one to die, or will King Qian's estate die with you? Lin Zhan's eyes gleamed coldly. His voice was so cold that it sounded as though it came from hell. It made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Even though he had 3 sons, and 2 of them were stronger than Lin Dong, he had no choice. However, Lin Dong was the most outstanding among his 3 sons. He was ranked first on the heaven ranking at such a young age and was known as the strongest person below the saint stage in the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion. Due to this reason, he did not stop Lin Dong when he said he wanted to follow Zhu Xianqing, the 4th prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, to deal with a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. In his opinion, nobody below the saint stage was a match for his son in the Southern Ridge, Yuan Mansion's territory. However, after a few months, the news that came from Windfall Nation caused him to truly experience pain. The youngest son he doted on the most had actually died in Windfall Nation. When he heard the news, he immediately came to Windfall Nation and King Qian's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation. His purpose was simple. He wanted to settle the score with King Qian. If King Qian did not look for his son would not have died. Senior Lin, I'm saddened by Mr. Lin's death as well. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would be stronger than Mr. Lin. I didn't expect he would be able to kill Mr. Lin even after Mr. Lin had broken through to the saint stage. Although King Qian knew this moment would come sooner or later, he could not help but feel a sense of dread when it finally arrived. While King Qian was having a headache over the arrival of Lin Dong's father, Lin Zhan, many powerhouses entered Windfall Nation. Their destination was the capital of Windfall Nation. As time passed by, all of the powerhouses who left King Qian's estate began to target Duan Lingtian, junior brother. In the Situ clan's estate, Bai Li Hong had a worried expression on his face. Previously, when he saw his junior brother handing the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, he had asked his junior brother about it. However, the answer he received was for him to watch a good show. It was only recently that he finally understood the meaning of his junior brother's words. As it turned out, his junior brother did not really give the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian. What he saw at that time was merely a smokescreen. The Devil Seal tablet was still in his junior brother's hands. Now that he found out the powerhouses from various places had begun to search for Duan Lingtian after leaving King Qian's estate, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Sima Changfeng, Qin Xiao Shuai, Xiong Quan, and the others were also worried about Duan Lingtian. In the forbidden area of Drift Blaze Sect, above the volcano where lava was gushing out, a figure suddenly walked out of the lava that was as vast as a flood. The figure was like a fire spirit that walked out of the lava without any injuries. It was a woman dressed in fiery red robes. She had a peerless appearance. The moment she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. I've finally broken through. Is this the saint stage? As the woman muttered to herself, a wave of fiery red energy suddenly surged out of her body. It emitted a scorching aura like lava. It's just like what Master said. Once I break through to the saint stage with the cultivation method I cultivate, I'll be able to produce the fire attribute True Origin. The woman continued to murmur. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on her face. I can finally look for elder brother Duan. Yes, I'll go to father's place first. This woman, who was like a fire spirit, was none other than Lady Feng from Drift Blaze Sect. She was also known as Feng Tianwu. Previously, when Feng Tianwu came out of closed-door cultivation, she had already met Feng Wu Dao, who stayed in Drift Blaze Sect. At that time, the father and daughter, who had not seen each other for a long time, were exceptionally excited. In order to stay by Duan Lingtian's side as soon as possible, Feng Tianwu accompanied her father for a period of time before she immersed herself in her cultivation. Today, she had finally broken through to the saint stage. Due to the reason that she had been in closed-door cultivation, Feng Tianwu was unaware of what had happened outside. Coincidentally, ever since Feng Wu Dao came to Drift Blaze Sect, he had been living in seclusion, so he was unaware of what had happened outside as well. It was only until the father and daughter went to look for Ziyin, the sect leader of Drift Blaze Sect, and told her that they were going to look for Duan Lingtian that they finally learned about what had happened outside from Ziyin. The strongest powerhouse in the heaven ranking, Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, challenged elder brother Duan. After learning about this, Feng Tianwu could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Although she had never had any dealings with the strongest powerhouse in the heaven ranking, she knew his strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not be widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the saint stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. When Feng Tianwu learned that Duan Lingtian had transformed his territory into a sword that was much faster than Lin Dong, she smiled. I can't believe elder brother Duan is so strong. However, when she learned that Lin Dong had broken through to the saint stage at the critical moment, horror dawned on her face. At this moment, the situation took a turn. She learned that Duan Lingtian had taken out the Devil Seal tablet at the critical moment and diverted everyone's attention, including Lin Dong. At the same time, he had killed Lin Dong. With just one sword strike, he had killed Lin Dong, who had broken through to the Saint Stage. Big Brother Duan's strength is actually so strong. Feng Tianwu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Not only that, but she had also figured out that the Devil Seal tablet Duan Lingtian had taken out was the incomplete stone tablet that Duan Lingtian had lent her previously. Previously, she did not know what the Devil Seal tablet meant. However, after coming to the Dao Martial Saint Land, she found out that the Devil Seal tablet was one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Elder Brother Duan actually gave the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian. When Feng Tianwu heard that Duan Lingtian had given the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, she could not help but frown. Although she knew her elder brother Duan had done that for the sake of expediency, she could empathize with her elder brother Duan's reluctance. However, when she learned that King Qian did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet and that it was most likely with her elder brother Duan, she smiled again. However, when she heard that many powerhouses were looking for her elder brother Duan with the intention of snatching the Devil Seal tablet from her elder brother Duan, she could not help but feel worried. "Father, Master, I want to look for elder brother Duan." Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao and Ziyin with a determined expression on her face. "Tianwu, I know how you feel." Ziyin shook her head. "However, do you know where your elder brother Duan is right now?" Before he left, he did not even inform the people around him about his whereabouts. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack if you want to look for him. "Master, I want to try." Feng Tianwu had a determined expression on her face. She was most worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Before she saw Duan Lingtian, she would not be able to feel at ease. "Tianwu, you should know that I've told you before that you're not allowed to leave the sect before you've broken through to the Saint Stage." Ziyin told Feng Tianwu. Due to the uniqueness of the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method, Feng Tianwu's aura did not leak out even though she had already broken through to the Saint Stage. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.